Yes, I am ready.
Okay, I have 6 o'clock. We ready, guys?
Yep.
Can you please lead us?
Wait, Kathleen, did you call the meeting to order?
I did. I might have cut out. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Commissioner Velto, can you lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you very much. Michelle, can we, do we have any, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes. John Marshall,
Here.
thank you. Peter Gower,
Here.
Mark Johnson,
Here.
Arthur Munoz.
Here.
Paul Levis is absent. Alex Velto,
Here.
Kathleen Taylor.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, do we have any public comment for any action or any item on the agenda?
Well, we did receive public comment for this item, but it was related to the Lake Ridge Tennis Clubs. So, and that email was forwarded to you. And I did not receive any voicemails for this item.
Okay, so we will move on to item number 4, public hearings. The first item is item 4.1. This is LDC 21-00009 Daybreak PUD Planning Area 24 and 25. Do we have a presentation from the applicant?
We will. Just one moment. We're bringing everybody in.
Thank you.
Andy, just one moment, okay? Okay, we have Andy in. Can you hear us okay?
I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, commissioners. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. We also have, as part of our Daybreak team, Michael Pawnee with McDonald Carano, Chris Bly with Newport Pacific, and Steve Strickland with Wood Rogers, the project engineer. If I may share my screen, I have a short presentation. Can you guys see that okay?
Yes.
Again, thank you, commissioners. Andy Durling with Wood Rogers for the record. This item before you tonight is planning units 24 north and 25 of the Daybreak planned unit development. This is a tentative map for, like as I said, village 24 north and 25. Just by way of a brief overview of Daybreak, it was approved last October by the Planning Commission. It contains 3,995 dwelling units, 46 acres of commercial land uses. 36% of it is open space, which consists of a combination of passive open space, parks, wetlands, and flood storage area. There is a reestablishment of Thomas Creek, which is in the southern portion here, if you can see my arrow. That is reclaiming what was a dammed up Alexander Lake for ranching purposes and putting back a natural stream environment. 25% more flood pool storage is provided in the Daybreak development, more than what is required by Reno Municipal Code. And this is a multimodal community design with multiple connections to Veterans Parkway and the shared use paths that are on veterans and in the area. This is a part of phase 1, which is the eastern portion. A couple months ago, I think it is now, that you saw Village 23, which is just to the north of the village that's in front of you tonight. All of this east side was a former aggregate pit. It's been mined for decades and it's very disturbed in nature. This tentative map is in particular for Village 24 North, so north on what would be the east side of Rio Wrangler, the extension of Rio Wrangler, north of a roundabout here, and then Village 25 is on the west side. Phase 1 consists of about 489 total lots between villages 23, 24, and 25 and 26. The PUD estimated close to 590 lots in this area, so we're coming in just a little bit under. This village in particular, this tentative map in particular, includes 124 lots, and also includes extension of South Meadows across Steamboat Creek to Rio Wrangler, and then the portion of Rio Wrangler to serve this subdivision. Some of the specifics: 124 lots, just over 13.5 acres of common area, which is a combination of more passive open space and then some formal landscaped areas. The minimum lot size in this village, or these villages, I should say, is 6,100 square feet. Maximum lot size is just over 8,900 square feet, with an average lot size of just under 7,000 square feet. Just to give you a little bit overview of the connectivity of these villages in the kind of medium blue color here, in the middle of the east side. There will be a shared use path along the newly constructed Rio Wrangler and the bridge going across Steamboat Creek. That connects into the trail system that's currently within Bella Vista, and then sidewalk and bike lane network currently on South Meadows would connect to the Veterans Parkway shared use path. So we've tried very hard to work with staff and look at the existing developments to determine how connectivity is best achieved for multimodal purposes, not just vehicles. The plan that was before you for Village 23 a couple of months ago was ultimately appealed to the City Council by a horse advocacy group. As part of that hearing with the City Council, we collaborated with the horse advocacy groups and came up with a number of conditions that really got to the details of the horse mitigation plan for Daybreak. The PUD itself had a fairly generic horse mitigation plan that called for fencing the entire east side, eastern boundary here, to keep the wild horses out, with cattle guards at any of the roadway crossings. The collaboration that we had with the horse advocacy groups put in a number of additional conditions that really got to the details of it. Those are conditions 4 through 11 of your staff report. This includes the contiguous fencing along the eastern property boundary. It also includes installation of all of that fencing prior to construction activity. So that's consistent with the PUD. And then the details included cattle guards that are at the roadway termini, excuse me, with self-closing gates, and the cattle guards would also have hoof stops on them to prevent any of the horses from getting injured in them. It also includes pedestrian gates at those locations so that the sidewalks, when they terminate, would have a pedestrian gate so the horses wouldn't be able to, get by on the sidewalk. And then also something very important to the advocacy horse groups is that the fencing be maintained either by the applicant, the developer, or the homeowners association in perpetuity, and included in that would be expedited repairs. So they would have to repair any cuts in the fences or any damage to the fences or cattle guards and things within 48 hours. So they've had issues elsewhere in kind of the southeast portion of Reno where fences get damaged and they sit there for weeks and become opportunities for the horses to get into the more urbanized areas. So really appreciated the horse groups, Tracy Wilson in particular, who was the appellant in working with us on that, and I think it's a better plan for it. With that, we are in agreement with staff's recommendation on this tentative map and would be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Andy. Do we have a presentation from staff?
Yes, good evening, Planning Commission. Brooke Oswald, Associate Planner for the record. Share my screen. Is that showing?
Yes.
Yes,
You're good.
okay. So my presentation, there's two tentative maps that will be heard on this continuous tonight. The first one is that LDC 210009. That area is 24 and 25. What is specifically changed from the original request is the boundary has changed a little bit, as we're looking now 24 is being split into a north and a south. That is important because it takes out a section of the reservation of the South Meadows Parkway. So as staff reviewed this, we found that it did meet, as proposed with the new development lines. It does meet all the standards and requirements of the Daybreak planned unit development. As Andy clearly stated, there were additional conditions related to the Virginia range and feral horses. Those were added per the appeal and per the direction of City Council. We would look on both of these. There is a condition, condition 4, which requires the fencing to go in prior to any construction. That currently says Area 23, which was the previous approved tentative map back in October. We would recommend that those be updated to reflect the current proposal. So this particular case would be 24 North and Area 25. Once again, this is just showing that those initial boundaries have changed a little bit, and we have the two new cases with that area change. And just to show that more briefly, you can see the future Park Meadow or South Meadows Parkway. We're also seeing where you're seeing 24 North and 25 are the pink lotted areas. And so it's none of those lots are impacted by the alternative that we'll see in the next case that goes through that South Meadows Parkway. We did have one comment on this related specifically to this village, or there are some public comments, some of those by adjacent landowners. One is the Trago Group that owns the property to the north of the NV Energy substation. As you can see, between the purple and the pink lots, there is an access road. So access, they were concerned about their maintaining their access to those sites. So that access has been maintained up to that NV Energy site and then would be perpetuated across NV Energy to the Trago site. With that, and the conditions as written and the modification of condition 4 to reflect this specific area, staff can make all of the applicable findings and recommends approval of the project.
Okay, thank you, Brooke. This is a public hearing and we'll bring it back to the commission for disclosures. Let's start with Commissioner Vilto.
I visited the site and I spoke with the applicant's representatives as well as other interested parties.
Commissioner Gower.
Thank you. I previously visited the site and spoke with the applicant's representative and received and read emails as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Johnson, same disclosures as Commissioner Gower. Thank you.
Commissioner Marshall.
Same disclosures.
And Commissioner Munoz.
Commissioner Munoz, I visited the site and read emails and staff reports.
Commissioner Taylor, I'm familiar with the site and read emails and talked with the applicant's representative. Michelle, do we have public comment for this item?
We received one public comment that was forwarded to the Planning Commission and to staff. We did not receive any voicemails for this item.
Okay, we will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for questions of Brooke or the applicant. Who would like to start? Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll ask this question of Andy just to make sure I'm understanding the requirements here. Condition number 13, The applicant shall construct full build-out street improvements to Rio Wrangler Parkway and South Meadows Parkway within Phase 1A. Is that the extension of South Meadows to Rio Wrangler and then Rio Wrangler north of there? Is that what this is referring to?
Yes, that's under our understanding. Effectively, you know, we broke the entire east side, the 489 lots, up into 3 separate tentative maps. Each tentative map had to stand on its own, and the infrastructure necessary to serve it has to be included. So there is a small portion of Rio Wrangler that passes by the Village 24 South, 26 tentative map. If whichever one goes first, you would have to build those full improvements from the terminus of South Meadows and build Rio Wrangler up to serve the property, is our understanding of that condition.
Okay, and then Brooke, just to make sure, so basically this is the same condition that we had, I believe, for Village 23, and I think it's in the other Village 24-1-2. And the intent by the city is just to make sure that none of this development's occurring until the backbone infrastructure is complete.
Yeah, that is correct. That is, there is that condition within the approved 23, and as we'll see later, that same condition is in the 24 and 26. It is intended that each one of these has to stand alone, and so that infrastructure would have to be built out to support each individual tentative map that's approved.
Okay. Thank you. That was the clarification that I needed. Thank you, Madam Chair. No further questions on this one.
Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Belto?
Yes, thank you. This is for Andy. City staff put out a memo today about condition 14. Can you weigh in what your take is on city staff's memo? If that change is something you all support?
Sure, I think that actually it pertains to the next item. So perhaps we can address it with that one, and if that's okay with you, Commissioner Belto.
Definitely, thank you.
Other questions, commissioners? I don't see any hands, or Commissioner Marshall?
Thank you, Andy. When we talked on the phone, we talked a little bit about the ordering of the different phases, and in particular how these phases aren't really addressing the missing middle housing that I think is another part of the project. Can you just quickly go over when those phases are going to occur?
Sure, you bet. Yes, this phase in the PUD, it always was called out as the first phase. It's kind of the low-hanging fruit, if you will. And it did include, you know, kind of the traditional land use pattern that you see, you know, throughout the South Meadows, Damani Ranch, Bella Vista, Double Diamond. It's single-family detached lots. We did talk a lot about in the PUD and during the approval process that Daybreak in particular really embraced, you know, what's in the new master plan as far as encouraging missing middle housing. And so the next phase that you'll see, and actually we'll be submitting tentative maps first quarter of next year, that will have more of that missing middle units or housing types, which is in what we always kind of refer to as the town center, which is just due west of here, which would be kind of the northwest quadrant of South Meadows Parkway and Veterans Parkway. So those are coming, but this was kind of the original first phase, and that would be in the immediate second phase.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioners, other questions or discussion? Commissioner Gower?
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I wasn't quite quick on the uptake of the discussion. I do have some discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Marshall?
Thank you very much. You know, one of the issues I think that I have with this particular one is, tell by my question, is the timing of it, in particular with the housing needs of the city. This does not really address what our critical need is. And I would like to propose that we add a condition that essentially says that the developer will first build the missing middle sections that are, as Andy had indicated, are coming first quarter next year, and that they fill that need first before moving on to more of the just single family, continuing the housing pattern at a price point that, quite honestly, is not what meets the city's needs. So that would be my suggestion if other members of the commission were interested. Thank you.
Commissioner Valto?
I would like to hear from the applicant as to what the feasibility of that is, and what the effect would be of that modification before kind of weighing in.
Thank you,
If-
Commissioner
if,
Valto. Yeah, we would be opposed to that. You know, that there's a sequencing that has to take place. It's this is the first phase. It's adjacent to infrastructure that's readily available. It's outside of the floodplain. I mean, there were a number of different factors that kind of rose this portion of the development up to be the first phase. And really, it just from a kind of overall land use planning perspective, it made sense that it was more of the single family detached style. And I would offer too, it does still meet the housing needs. It may not be meeting the missing middle housing needs, but there is a global housing need in the greater Reno Sparks area. And especially when you look at the southeast portion of our, southeast submarket, the South Meadows submarket, it makes up, more than half of the new home sales for the city of Reno and over 40% of the new home sales for the region at large. So, and in our studies, going back to, I haven't looked at them for several months now, but, there's probably less than 2,000 lots that are left to be built on in the southeast portion of Reno. Damani Ranch, Bella Vista are really nearing build out. And so this project in particular helps to backfill so that we don't fall off a cliff, so to speak, with the lot supply that is in that area, and would allow for, the builders that are in the area, the Toll Brothers, Lennars, things like that, to continue and backfill their pipeline so that they continue to, build homes that are needed across the full spectrum, whether it's, kind of your standard South Meadows single family detached as we've seen for decades, or the missing middle, which will be coming in the next phase.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Andy. I have a quick follow-up, if that's okay.
Commissioner Valto, yes.
Thank you. So can you kind of, I understand what you're saying from a planning perspective, that it might make more sense to start with the single family. What is the kind of, can you quantify what that would look like, having to switch to building the kind of middle tier homes?
Sure. So, I mean, just looking at it by virtue of the PUD, this portion is called out as single family in the PUD, which is single family detached. It really doesn't allow for a lot of the smaller lot or attached type products. Those are in the mixed neighborhoods and mixed use neighborhoods that are in the town center. So just, I mean, from a zoning perspective as well, there would be some hurdles to have this really smaller lots, townhomes, attached type housing products in this area. The PUD contemplated this is the first phase, and then it set it aside as a single family neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I'm not in favor of a condition telling the builder that he needs to switch up his development. That's my stance. Are there any other discussion? Any other commissioners that have discussion on this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gower, I'll weigh in. I certainly understand where Commissioner Marshall is coming from, and I 100% support the idea of, bringing that housing need. I guess I kind of fall back on the PUD handbook that we looked at and the phasing that's kind of been contemplated from the beginning. And, I think there was maybe an expectation given to the developer based on the city's approval of that handbook for, implementing that phasing plan. So I feel like at this point, we'd kind of be reneging on that. Essentially what we committed to as a city to the developer for them to implement. So like I said, in favor of the idea. And I think if we were, discussing this a couple years ago when they were coming in originally with the PUD, I'd definitely be more in favor of some further discussion, but I would not support that condition at this point.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I guess echoing Commissioner Gower's point, I think the comfort level that I have is the fact that this is part of a PUD. I mean, we're not just, we're not looking at an isolated 240, or I guess at this particular one that we're asking for 124 homes. I mean, this is part of a bigger picture and a mix that was contemplated by the city when we brought it in. So I think, again, I understand where you're coming from, Commissioner Marshall, but I think it's a condition that is basically putting something onto an applicant that's actually already committed to doing what you're asking for. And I think trying to change the way that they do it is maybe above and beyond what we would be looking at for, especially this being 124 units in the grand scheme of the project. So again, I know what you're going for, but I can't support that as a condition on the project.
Other discussion, commissioners?
Just if I might, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the input. I do think there is nothing sacred about the phasing in a PUD. The developer can choose to phase how they like. And it doesn't guarantee that they're going to continue any phasing with any other phases of the development. It's up to them to decide. And I guess to me, it's a question of, do we want to use our ability, all our authorities to push where we need to push? And to my mind, that's a housing project that is more affordable, given the basic, I think Commissioner Velto and I had a discussion about the available pricing for homes, and we need a stock that is not met by single family dwellings. And I would prioritize that over the approval of a new tentative map for that segment. That's just my thoughts. Thank you for considering it.
Okay. Thank you for that discussion. Commissioner Gower, did you want to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am ready to make a motion in the case of LDC 21-00009 Daybreak PUD Planning Area 24 and 25. Based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map subject to the conditions, and I can make all the findings.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Munoz, I second that motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification. I believe Brooke wanted to change the wording of condition number 4. I just wanted to ask the motioner if he was going to add that in there.
Mr. Johnson's on top of it as always.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Condition number 4, changing that from Village 23 to 24 and 25. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Kathleen Taylor,
Yes.
John Marshall,
No.
Peter Gower,
Yes.
Mark Johnson,
Yes.
Arthur Munoz,
Yes.
Paul Olivas is absent, Alex Felto,
Yes.
motion passes 5-1.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Andy. I'd say good luck, but I think you're going to be with us for the next agenda item.
Can't get rid of me that quick.
Okay, so we move on to agenda item 4.2. This is LDC 21-00010 Daybreak PUD Planning Area 24 and 26. Andy, do you have a presentation for us?
I do. Thank you again, commissioners. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. If you can hear me and see me okay, or see the presentation okay? This item is for the tentative map for Daybreak Planning Unit or Villages 24 South and 26. A lot of this is reiterated from the previous presentation, so I won't dwell on it too much. This is, again, a portion of the overall Daybreak East side, highlighted in the red here. This village in particular, it again is a portion of that former aggregate mining operation. This tentative map includes 205 lots and also would include the infrastructure necessary to serve this village, which would be the crossing of South Meadows across Veterans Parkway, and then the portion of Rio Wrangler adjacent to Village 26 and 24 South there. This includes 205 lots, 42 acres of common area, which again is a combination of more passive open space and hillside areas, as well as formally landscaped areas around project entries and the parkways. Minimum lot size in these villages is 6,250 square feet. Maximum lot size just over 13,400 square feet, with an average lot size of just under 7,700 square feet. Again, looking at the multimodal connectivity, the shared use paths that will be built along Rio Wrangler and South Meadows Parkway across across Steamboat Creek will connect into existing shared use paths within the Bella Vista development, as well as connecting to the existing bike lanes and sidewalk system on South Meadows, the existing South Meadows to the west here, connecting to the Veterans Parkway shared use path system as well. Talked before, again, the same conditions apply. Conditions 4 through 11 are the enhanced, I guess you'd say, horse conditions that detail the kind of means and methods for how the horse mitigation measures will be installed. And just as a kind of point on that, those cattle guards and gates and everything are on order. So the plan is the developer would be installing those probably the beginning part of next year. So with that, we'd like to discuss the South Meadows East extension and the memo that you got from staff today. And for that, I will turn this over to Michael Pani with McDonald Carano.
Thanks, Andy. And to Commissioner Belto, to your question about the memo from staff, we oppose the proposed revision to condition 14 that staff has suggested. By way of background, this condition relates to a potential right-of-way for the future extension of South Meadows Parkway to the Sunny Hills project. It's critical to note that the Sunny Hills roadway is not required by Daybreak. It's not triggered by any impacts from Daybreak. It won't even be used to access any part of our project. Its sole purpose is to serve the Sunny Hills development and other lands to the east. So Sunny Hills asked the city to require Daybreak to dedicate land for that roadway free of charge, contending that's what the PUD requires. It is not what the PUD requires, and we have adamantly opposed that request. Condition 14 and the alternate lot layouts seek to address that issue. So as to the lot layouts, we've proposed two. We have the 205 lot unit that you see before you right now, and an alternate 174 lot configuration that would accommodate a timely right-of-way acquisition of that roadway. I don't believe there are any issues with these layouts, and I've spoke to staff after the memo came out, and I believe Angela can confirm that the staff does agree the Planning Commission can properly approve both the 205 lot layout and the alternate 174 lot layout tonight, regardless of what language you approve on condition 14. By adopting both of these layouts, it's going to provide some flexibility that will be needed in any event. So we'd respectfully ask that you do adopt both of those layouts. So the open issue really is the language for condition 14. Again, it was never our intention, nor do we believe the PUD requires any reservation of the Sunny Hills roadway area beyond the time when we are ready to move forward with development. As I indicated in my letter, the city never could have required that as a condition in the first place, because that would have constituted a taking. There is no nexus between this roadway and our project. Moreover, we never intended to, nor did we agree to reserve that land indefinitely for Sunny Hills benefit. From a physical development perspective, if we don't build out these 205 lots at the same time, we can't come back later and backfill them, or it would be prohibitively expensive to do so. That construction milestone, that critical timeline for us to determine whether this road is in or out, is about 12 months after approval, which is why the original language staff proposed in condition 14 works for us. Staff has now proposed this alternate language, and while we appreciate their intent, the revision would still trigger a taking because it's a new interpretation which would prevent us from developing our property. It would require us to set aside this land indefinitely for a road that has nothing to do with our project. In their letter in the record, Sunny Hills states it's going to be years before they move forward. And they said they have, quote, no immediate time frame for construction. So we'd have no assurance the road will ever even be needed, let alone acquired. And by the staff condition, we would be left with an unentitled, undevelopable strip of land when the PUD expires. I understand why Sunny Hills would want the right of way for free, but they can't legally require us to do that. I can also appreciate why staff has tried to stay out of the middle of the issue with the new language. But the problem is their language still triggers the same taking issue because it constitutes a new interpretation of our PUD and would impose a new condition on us, which would prohibit us from developing the 205 lot layout and enjoying the full economic benefit of our property when we're ready to move forward. The original condition 14, frankly, is the do no harm condition. It's consistent with the intent and language of the PUD. It allows RTC, Sunny Hills, or anyone else plenty of time to secure the roadway if they want it. In fact, RCT is doing their plan update by May. So if they think this requires a regional road, they can include it in their CIP, and there's plenty of time to have that acquired. But by keeping that original condition 14, it also will allow us to move forward with development in a reasonable time frame if they don't. So again, we are adamantly opposed to any condition that requires us to hold out developable property in perpetuity for someone else's benefit. And we would respectfully request that you approve the original condition number 14 and both lot layouts. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Brooke, do you have a presentation for us? Brooke, you might be muted.
All right, sorry about that. Brooke Oswald, Associate Planner for the record. Just to verify that my screen is showing before I proceed. Wonderful. This is a particular case we're looking at is LDC 21-00010, Daybreak Planning Areas 25S and 26. So as we're going through this again, we reviewed it towards the development PUD handbooks. As was before, condition number 4, we would recommend that the language be changed in that to reflect the specific areas of the development, as was brought up in the previous case. Once again, we're looking at the modification of that initial proposal of that map and looking at 2 different scenarios. We're now looking at the dark purple area, and the light purple area would constitute this case. And what we're seeing is that future South Meadows, or the reservation of that parkway noted in between. As was stated before, we did receive public comment, specifically this from the adjacent property owners, legal consultant. We've received comments from the applicant's legal consultants, and before was addressed in the previous case, some inquiry from Able Grid Energy Solutions. They're the owner of the Trago grid systems. So with further analysis of the reservation, the extension of South Meadow Parkways east of the Rio Wrangler was conducted since this, and you all received a memo in that, what it was. So what we're looking at specifically is the recommended condition number 14. And that's prior to issuance of any, the first final map for planning areas 24 South and 26. The applicant shall reserve the right-of-way for the future extension of South Meadow Parkways east of Rio Wrangler to the eastern boundary of the PUD with a width to support 4 lanes as identified in the PUD handbook. This reservation shall remain active until such a time that the PUD handbook expires or the PUD is modified to no longer require this reservation. Now, as was stated in the memo, it does state that we would not accept the alternative. We've further reviewed that, and with that, we would accept you could move forward and approve both the originally proposed tentative map and the alternative tentative map in this situation. So that would be the inclusion of the South Meadows Parkway at that extension, or that area being used for additional lots. But do note that that would require a amendment to the PUD handbook. That is a public process that would go to Planning Commission and would have to go to City Council before that tentative map could be acted upon to change that language of that reservation. So here we're just looking at how that lot alignment would go in, and the alternative prior with the extension of South Meadows, and then the alternatives that we have with the lot development. So that's end of staff's presentation. With the amended conditions and conditions as written, staff can make all applicable findings and does recommend approval of the project. I am available for questions as needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brooke. This is a public hearing, and we will bring it back to the commission for disclosures. I'll start with Commissioner Velto, because he's at the top of my screen.
I visited the site, familiar with the site. I spoke with the applicant's representative as well as people in opposition, and I read some emails.
Thank you. Commissioner Marshall?
Spoke with applicant's representative, familiar with the site, and read a number of intensive emails.
Commissioner Gower?
I previously visited the site, spoke with the applicant's representative, read and received emails, and spoke with the adjacent property owner's legal representative.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm familiar with the site, spoke with the applicant's representative, and also read some very in-depth emails.
Commissioner Munoz?
Commissioner Munoz, I visited the site and read the emails and staff report.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor, I am familiar with the site, read the emails, and spoke with the applicant's representative. Michelle, this is a public hearing. Do we have any public comment for this item?
All public comment was forwarded to the Planning Commission and staff for the record. There were no voicemails received for this item.
Okay, thank you. We will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for questions of the applicant or Brooke. Who would like to start? I'm just going to pick on you, Commissioner Velto. I know you had a question last time.
So I guess my question is for staff. I'm really trying to, first, I'm really trying to understand the staff's view on the change of condition 14. It seems like staff's argument is that is that to allow for regional connectivity means and allow for there to be a road in the future, you need to preserve that space. Has either the city attorney's office or staff taken a stance on some of the arguments that are raised in the letter from Mr. Pawnee?
Yeah, I can speak to that. We also do have Jasmine Mehta, who is our legal representative for the city, who is on here, and she can ask more specifically to those legal questions you have. In reviewing this, we are looking at that overall connectivity and the reservation of that potential right-of-way to maintain that in the future, that extension of major arterial, that South Meadows Parkway. As you know, we currently do not have any development proposals, nor know what there is potential for development up there, but we currently do not have anything. The majority of that land is would currently need to be annexed. It is in our sphere of influence, but it does not, we don't have any specific development there. So it is hard to actually determine an exact number, but it has been contemplated in several documents, the PUD, Daybreak PUD handbook, the RTC 2040 plan, And with that, that's sort of from a planning perspective. And if you do have specifically legal questions, I think Jasmine would be more appropriate to address those.
I do want to hear the legal issues, but I want to stick on some of the things that you said and ask you some questions about them. So at this point, it's not clear whether development's going to go forward, that they'll need the road, or it's at least a few years out. I guess my question is kind of twofold. The first is, why is this now getting added where we are now in the process, as opposed to being flagged a little bit earlier? And is there kind of other examples where the city has put in a condition that you have to preserve a road for something that might happen in the future?
Yeah, I can speak to that somewhat, and Angela may have a little bit more background information on that, and I'll probably hand that over to her. Yeah, we do have other conditions where there is that reservation. Specifically, we're seeing some of that through the southern portion of Reno, and when we didn't know where 580 was going to come in, there are some specific timelines and reservations that were given on that. And I think I'll just hand it over to Angela, and she can kind of help to address some of the other issues.
Thank you. For the record, Angela Foose, Acting CD Director. One of the big things that's unique about why this condition is being added at this point is because we have this PUD handbook. And we defer back to that and say, what was planned? What was anticipated? What was agreed upon when this handbook was adopted? And there's very specific language, and I can read to you exactly what that sentence says. Right-of-way for future extension of the South Meadows Parkway to the east of Daybreak will be reserved. So that is what was approved in the PUD handbook. This is not a condition that we're adding a staff out of nowhere. That was the very reason why it was added with this tentative map. And there are several maps within the PUD that show this extension coming through this tentative map. So it's not like it came out of nowhere. Again, it was always planned for, at least anticipated, as part of the PUD. I think where we're kind of going back and forth with Daybreak is the timing of that, right? And was that intended to be forever? Meaning, did it have to be reserved in perpetuity, or did it have to be reserved for a certain amount of time, whether it was 12 months or 12 years? That was not identified in the PUD. So because it was not identified, we have to go by again what was adopted, that right-of-way would be reserved at the time of tentative map, which is where we're at today. That handbook does have what I would call an expiration date, right? There's a timing of how long that handbook is active. There's a 20-year timeline, not to say it goes away, but there's some language that at 20 years it goes back to City Council. Anything that's not developed can be re-reviewed and discussed. So without having a definitive timeline identified in the handbook, we as staff don't want to make up a date because we don't know the timing. What we do know is that within the 2040 plan, the 2040 Regional Transportation Plan, so that's an adopted transportation plan for the whole region, it does show a 4-lane arterial road extending through Daybreak to the east side of Daybreak. So we're going off the information that we know today. The way that this condition has been crafted is it also provides an opportunity for, I would call that alternative layout to happen. So this tentative map expires in 4 years. So what you're voting on tonight has a 4-year window. If Daybreak comes forward with an amendment to the PUD handbook and it changes that requirement, right? Changes the timing of when that reservation can be removed, and that goes through a process, it gets approved, that means the PUD is amended, then that alternative layout through this tentative map process can then move forward. But without having that information in place, we don't have any other timing mechanisms other than what's in the handbook, which is a 20-year plan. So that's why that condition was added. And again, I apologize for the last minute and then the confusion, but there is a history and there is documentation in the handbook that we are trying to make sure that we comply with. So that's why that condition was added.
And is there, so one of the issues that's raised is what reserve means. Reserve, and you identified this early on and when you were weighing in. Why do you think, why is reserve intended to mean like a permanent hold until, or an infinite hold, as opposed to something temporary that holds the land for acquisition until you can develop residential use, as Mr. Pawnee is saying, versus what the city staff is saying.
Yeah, and there's a couple ways that we could look at this, right? So the handbook could have been written to say this extension shall be constructed, which is not what we're saying. This extension shall be offered for dedication to the city, which again is not what we're saying. It's just saying it has to be reserved. And that's the PUD language, not language that we as staff are coming up at this point. So reserved means, set aside. And at some point in the future, the way regional roads generally work, when development occurs, it then creates a need for these roads. We don't know when development outside of Daybreak is going to occur. We know that that area east of Daybreak is in our sphere of influence. So that would tell me that at some point it's intended for future development. If it was not in our sphere, it would be a different story. But the fact that it is in our sphere, right, that's future development that the city anticipates will come. Because it's in the 2040 plan. There's roadway connections at some point to be anticipated headed east, whether that's serving one project or a connection to Sunny Hills or a connection to some other project that we don't yet know about. We know because there's master plan documents out there that a future road is anticipated. So until such time as that connection is no longer needed, and for whatever reason, it gets maybe taken out of some of these regional plans. It could be that, if Sunny Hills develops and they develop one house on the site that is connected east of Daybreak, then that would tell me that we probably don't need a 4-lane arterial anymore. But at this point, there's not a single home being developed, right? It's just open land with a bunch of land that at some point we anticipate to develop. So if at some point this PUD is amended and they identify reasons why it should be amended, we'll review it at that time. But at this time, we have to base it on the adopted plans that we have. The regional transportation plan, our master plan, right? All of these kind of master plan documents where we're trying to figure out where growth goes and how we accommodate it. Again, this would be a different story if we just came up with this condition out of nowhere. But the fact that it's in the handbook, it is in Daybreak's transportation plan, shown as a 4-lane or a 4-lane arterial roadway. It was anticipated at some point, and because it's in Daybreak's transportation plan and Daybreak's handbook, tells me that they anticipated it as well.
And what is the practical effect beyond getting away from legal word versus word? What's the practical effect of the roadway being less than 4 lanes for whatever potential development occurs?
The practical effects?
Yeah.
Maybe help me understand that question.
Is there is there a practical effect of there being a 2-lane road versus a 4-lane road versus whatever's being proposed currently in the plan versus what you've heard could potentially done with the roadway?
Oh, I think what you're saying is, what if they only showed right away for a 2-lane road? What impacts would that be down the road?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep. So let's say, for instance, in the 2040 regional transportation plan, they weren't showing a 4-lane arterial. They were just showing future development, but only need for a collector. So based on that, Daybreak's plan, their transportation plan, probably would have shown only a 2-lane or a collector or whatever version they had anticipated. But because everyone's anticipating significant growth east of Daybreak at some future point, these master plan documents, these transportation plans, anticipate significant growth and anticipate a need for a 4-lane road. Oftentimes when we have new development on the edge of undeveloped land, and nothing is shown in the regional transportation plan, it's because nothing is planned ahead for that area. And it could be that maybe there's reasons why nothing's planned. Maybe it's significant hillsides, or maybe there's wetlands, or maybe there's some other constraint in those areas. Maybe it's not in the city's sphere of influence, some other reason. But at some point along the way, this South Meadows extension was shown as a need, and this being a regional need, shown in these regional documents and these master plan level documents as a need based on future growth.
Thank you. I have a question for the applicant. This might be for Mike. I guess I'm struggling with this takings argument because there seems to be notice through the PUD. Do you have a response to whether notice through the PUD invalidates a takings argument?
I do. So as Angela indicated, the question is what was agreed to in the PUD? We did not agree in the PUD to set aside land and render it undevelopable in perpetuity. We understood from others that there may be a potential future need for a roadway here. So we agreed in the PUD that we would temporarily set it aside until we were ready to develop, so that any of those parties could come forward in that interim time and acquire it, if in fact there was a desire to make this a roadway for someone else's project. But it makes no sense. We would never have agreed to say, sure, we're going to set aside this strip of land, in so doing, rendering it completely undevelopable in perpetuity, get no economic benefit from it whatsoever to help out someone else's project, even though you're not requiring us to put anything on there and it has nothing to do with the roadway network for our site. That was never our intent, and it just doesn't make sense that that would have been what our intention was. We always intended, and we always understood until Sunny Hills just intervened on this map, that that's exactly what we had to do, is temporarily set it aside, reserve it just for some short period of time until we're ready to develop it, to see if folks wanted to come acquire it. And there's still time for them to do that. And that's the point of the condition 14 staff proposed, is to say, hey, RTC, you're doing an update on your plan. Do you think there's a regional need for this road? Identify it, include it, give them some credits. Everybody's good to go down the road. If you don't, Sunny Hills, do you still want it? City of Reno, do you still want it? Here's some time to acquire it or cut a deal to acquire it in the future, and everybody's happy. But if nobody needs this road and nobody's identified it, it makes no sense that we would have said, sure, here's land that we'll never use, that has nothing to do with our project, and we're just going to let it sit there fallow forever.
Okay, Commissioner Velta, I'm going to ask other commissioners if they have questions, if you don't mind.
Sure, thank you.
Commissioners,
Madam
other
Chair.
questions? Commissioner Gower?
Madam Chair, can I just ask a clarification question of the applicant between the proposed map and the alternate layout? It's my understanding that the proposed map, we're not talking about a 2-lane road or something smaller than 4-lane. There's no road, right?
That's correct. It's a strip of land, but there's no obligation to construct anything.
So I guess my question maybe to staff is that if we're moving from this and I understand where the applicant's coming from in legal counsel, but if we're essentially master planning in a certain way based on this PUD handbook, RTC is including it in their planning process, and we're getting to a point where we're potentially backtracking to where there's no reasonable access to this potentially large development, does that create a takings concern for that development? And I guess the other question to that is, I'm not an attorney, so I don't defer to the attorneys on that, but from a planning perspective, that just seems like bad planning to somehow have to route around Daybreak when it was contemplated from the beginning that there would be access through this major arterial roadway, South Meadows Parkway. So there's sort of a planning and a legal consideration here.
Angela, are you going to take that?
I guess I'll take that. On this conversation on takings, I guess there's a couple ways of looking at it. Does that Sunny Hills parcel have access? They do. They're not landlocked. They have access, separate from the South Meadows Parkway. Can they build a house there now? Yes, right? They legally have access to get there now. Again, the difference is it's not just that one parcel that this Daybreak parcel connects to. It is a much broader question, whether it's Sunny Hills or anyone else that owns property. That area that is in our city sphere of influence is shown for future development and future growth. And so when, before Daybreak came along, RTC identified a need for a regional road connection. And they identified that road being the South Meadows Parkway extension. And it runs through now this tentative map land area that we're looking at. And because Daybreak, again, put it in their handbook and said they will reserve the land based on, you know, these other reasons, their traffic study, which was based on the RTP 2040 plan, that's what was identified. That doesn't mean that it will come to fruition because, again, it's an unknown. We don't know if those future developments to the east will ever happen or what they will look like. They are not landlocked, so future development can happen. And until such time as either, you know, RTC updates their model and says, based on new information, we are now moving up that road in terms of timing of when it needs to be built, putting it into our CIP. At the time that they put it into their CIP, that means that there's a timing of when that road needs to happen and when it's going to be built. At that point, then there's regional road impact fee credits, which may not mean a whole lot to this group, but from a financial point of view, there's money to be saved. I mean, there's a value then to that road that it's not just Daybreak setting aside right away, it's Daybreak benefiting because now they get credits for having this in the regional road plan CIP. But that hasn't happened yet. And again, that probably won't happen until there's a future need for development. We generally don't put roads on the regional list to be developed anytime soon until there's a need. So until there's a plan for development to the east, that's not likely to happen. But it has been identified as a future regional road. We know that's in an adopted plan. Every 5 years, RTC updates that plan. They're going through that process now. You know, within the next 5 months, we anticipate that plan will be adopted. And maybe that plan will show something different. And maybe that plan will then say, we have a regional need for that road to happen. And maybe it's in the five-year plan, 10-year plan, 20-year plan, whatever they come up with, which would then, again, kind of escalate a need. And I think to Mr. Pani's point then, right, if RTC escalates that need to say we need this road developed now, to his point then they would, they're saying they would wish to reserve it and not develop on it because there's an immediate need for it. But at this point, to his point, he's not seeing an immediate need, so he believes Daybreak then should be able to move forward and develop on that land. And Mike, I'm not putting words in your mouth, so feel free to jump in if I am.
Madam Chair, if I could then ask, what was the concern with the original condition 14 then?
Our concern went back to, we looked at the specific language of the handbook, and to Daybreak's point, you know, there is no language on the timing. It just says that land will be reserved at the time of the tentative map, which they're doing, and they agreed to do. What they also agreed to do is within 12 months, decide if there is an actual need, either from the city of Reno or RTC or another user, to come back and say, we don't have a need for that as a regional road or a 4-lane arterial, with which case then Daybreak would build over that road and it would no longer be a road. But again, as staff, we went back and we looked at the specific language in the handbook, and a 12-month timeline was not discussed. That reservation of road being a temporary reservation was not discussed. It simply said it will be reserved, period. And so we went back and we amended that condition to the way it's proposed now.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Marshall?
Yeah, this seems to me really to boil down to an issue of who's carrying the costs for the reservation. And Daybreak's argument is that they shouldn't have to bear the cost, so they want either the city or Sunny Hills to either come up with credits or pay or buy it if they're going to want to use it over the next 20 years or the life of the handbook. And the developers and the city, for good reason, say, well, maybe we don't want to purchase it right now. We want to wait and see what's going to happen. So to me, whether we call it in terms of taking or what the reservation is, it almost comes down to where should that burden lie on holding that, basically carrying that cost over the next, 20 years of the time period. My interest is unfortunately a little different because, I think we should look seriously at whether or not we want to provide access to more of, development outside of really, any reasonable area for growth. Angela, I would like to hear why you say it's shown for growth, is my understanding, and that it's UT40 right now. And is there some designation of this area as to be intensively developed so that it would justify a 4-lane arterial? Or is it just these developers would like to try to change the zoning in the future to be able to justify, the reservation for the road?
Yeah, at this point in talking to RTC, it sounds like, and as part of their modeling, and again, I asked them why they put it in their 2040 plan to begin with. They are anticipating growth up there as well. And we've all had conversations with developers over the years. We know there's potential for growth, right? Just based on the way that property, where it's located, and the topography of that property. It's not property that is, let's say, constrained. There's future development potential there. That's
Okay,
why
but
it's in our sphere of influence.
I'm sorry, my question is a little different. Has the city identified this area for such intensive growth? Because right now the zoning doesn't reflect that. Is there any future plan or designation of, I think it's the lowest growth tier that we have probably.
It is.
So is there anything that through the master plan or anything that identifies this area as an area for that kind of intensive growth?
Yeah.
I'm asking because I don't think there is, because I don't think the city has made that determination yet.
Yeah, and until somebody comes in and requests a zone change or a master plan amendment, we aren't proactively planning to change the zoning or the master plan. It is in that tier 3 growth, which is, to your point, it's not in a tier 1, it's not in a tier 2, it's not in a downtown, but it is in our sphere. So there is plans for future development. Again, it's a 20-year plan, right? We don't anticipate knowing when that growth will happen. RTC has shown that they're anticipating about 1,500 units. And again, I think their discussions just comes from talking to applicants and developers that have looked at development on that property. So based on these adopted regional plans, there is anticipated growth. Bigger picture, as we're talking to our neighboring communities, Story County, we all know there's major transportation issues between Washoe County and Story County. Every day, if you drive on I-80, you know there's major transportation issues going east. So outside of this topic, right, outside of Daybreak, as a region, we talk about how are we going to grow, not just City of Reno, but our sister cities and our sister counties. How are we all going to grow and mesh together? And at some point, we will need some kind of a regional connection. So this is not saying that this road is that regional connection, but big picture, these are things globally that we look at as we are trying to plan ahead for growth. And again, it was identified in the RTP 2040 plan. When Daybreak put their traffic study together, they also showed this road being a 4-lane arterial. So it wasn't something, again, that the city required. It was something that Daybreak's handbook showed as a future roadway that someday would be happening. None of us know the timing or any of that, but it was planned for. As Daybreak was approved, they anticipated future growth as well.
Yeah. I think I understand that, but to me then this brings it back around that I don't think Daybreak should be responsible for that carrying cost. And that if either the city or the developer of Sunny Hills wants to have that possibility remain open, then they should be the ones who carry that cost. So that's just my 2 cents. I don't know if Mike, if that is in essence kind of cuts to the core of the really the policy issue that's probably in front of us.
It does. You hit it on the head.
Okay, Angela, I have a question, or in the PUD, does it specify a time one way or another? Is it 12 months? Is it indefinitely that this property is supposed to be reserved?
The handbook does not identify a time of how long it's to be reserved. It just says it will be reserved.
Then why would the city think that it's indefinitely and not within a specified time period? Why are we going automatically to it's going to be reserved indefinitely and not to a 12-month, 24 period? Why does the city, what precedent are we saying, okay, well then it's indefinitely?
I think if the handbook had identified that this was temporary, it would be a different discussion. But the handbook did not identify that this is a temporary reservation. It just said, we're going to show you this road, right? All of Daybreak's maps show this extension happening. It doesn't say a temporary extension happening. It says this extension will happen. And so based on...
Yeah, but it also doesn't say an indefinite reservation either.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And I think to your point, there's the gray area. It doesn't give a time frame. So what we based our condition on is the couple things that within the handbook there's a time frame, right? Daybreak has a 20-year time frame. There's also an amendment process. So if conditions change and that road isn't warranted, isn't justified, isn't needed, Daybreak can always come back and amend the handbook and change that language. And so
but Daybreak doesn't need that road, right?
They do not.
So in the PUD, did they ever say that they were going to dedicate right away?
They did not. It just says they will reserve right away.
So in one of the memos we got from this other project that isn't even really a project, Sunnyside, Sunnyville, Sunny Hill, whatever, it says that the master developers said that they would dedicate right away. That's not accurate, right?
That's not accurate, no.
Okay. I guess I just don't understand. Do you think that RTC or City of Reno or whoever, a 12-month time frame is a reasonable time frame if RTC is updating their information to know if they're going to need this or not, and then go through the proper channels?
So that RTC plan is updated every, I think, 3 to 5 years. And so they're in that update process now. So every 3 to 5 years, they're going to continue to update that. At some point, whether it's tomorrow or 20 years from now, who knows, if future development happens, let's say a PUD comes in tomorrow, right? Somebody comes in and develops a PUD east of Daybreak. We know then that there's a project and a traffic generation and a need. Typically then, if that project is approved, right, the city, let's say the city approves that project, the next time RTC is updating their traffic numbers and their modeling and saying, where are roads going, where's development going, they're going to say, oh, we've got a big project east of Daybreak, right, on the east side of Reno, and we have a need now for a regional road. And then they say, well, let's put this in our plan for future needs now. It then would go into their CIP, which is their development plan, right? When they see these roads coming online and next, and that would
But will
get
they know
bumped up
that in
on the
May?
priorities.
Will they do that this year within 12 years or 12 months?
The plan they have out now is based on, like I said, based on my conversations. They're anticipating at some point about 1,500 units going east of the Daybreak project. There is no project on the
Okay.
books, so that's. I mean, that's the crux of this, right? There is no
Sure.
project. At some point, we all know development will occur. We don't know what that development pattern will look like.
Yeah, I'm not sure how reasonable it is to ask the developer to hold on to this until who knows when it comes forward. I mean, I understand both points, but my last question is, the city of Reno was involved in the PUD development, right?
For the Daybreak, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I think there's some due diligence on our part, City of Reno part, that if we wanted a certain time frame from the applicant, we should have put it in the PUD. You know, those are my thoughts. But I guess, commissioners, are there other questions before we get into some discussion?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair,
Felton?
Madam Chair, just a couple of quick points of clarification from there. So when we talk about the RTC plan, we're talking about, I guess, the most recent one, which was within 5 years. Does anybody know, I mean, how long has RTC been proposing this extension of South Meadows Parkway? Is that something that we have information on?
I don't know if it was in their previous RTP plan. I don't have that information. We wouldn't have that today. We could contact RTC and see how far back this road is showing in their plans, but we don't have that today.
Okay. And then just a couple other smaller questions. The 1,500 units, do we have a sense that to me is not a 4-lane arterial roadway requirement? Is that a fair statement?
Correct. Probably.
Okay. And then I guess the final question, just making sure I'm understanding what we're saying with the proposed new condition. We're giving the option, the option is basically saying, if this goes forward, you either dedicate that for, you're basically still requiring the 20 years. The tentative map would be a 4-year period. Is that what I heard somewhere in the discussion?
Correct. Tentative maps have 4 years to record a final map.
Okay, so somewhere in that time. And then as it's been presented, there's 2 tentative maps here. One with and one without the right of way. And you're saying that either one of those could be brought forward within that 4-year time period as a final map.
That's correct. So they kind of have 2 options. They can move forward with the plan that shows the South Meadows extension right of way being reserved, and I'm not saying dedicated. I'm specifically not saying dedicated, just being reserved. And then they also have the option to come back and amend the Daybreak PUD.
Well, I'm gonna stop you right there because that's moving into, I guess, my next question. So under the way you presented this before, an amendment to this will be looked at, I believe, essentially in essence with whatever, I think it's finding F that we have to make about general conformity with the governing body's master plan of streets and highways. That's essentially, I mean, boiling it down to what we're looking at here, there's legal arguments here, and there's a lot more attorneys on this screen than I've seen in a long time. But essentially, as the Planning Commission, we have findings to make, and those findings aren't whether this is a taking or not. Those findings are whether this is in general conformance with the master plan of the governing body's master plan of streets and highways. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is that governing body, what the city is saying is that governing body is RTC, and RTC's existing plan is indicating a 4-way or 4-lane arterial up a hillside. Is that, I mean, that may be my influence on the geography, but that's essentially the governing body that we're talking about, is this RTC report that shows this extension.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the
Thank
PUD handbook shows the extension.
I understand that, but I'm also looking at the actual finding, which is the governing body. It's not the PUD handbook. So there's terminology here that is above and beyond what I want to get into. I'm just trying to make a finding and understand how the city is interpreting it and what, you know, what the requirements are for that. So I appreciate the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn it back to, I think Commissioner Velto had another question.
Commissioner Velto?
I wanted to know if city staff had, or I'm sorry, if the city attorney's office had an opportunity to weigh in on the legal issues that are raised. I do appreciate that commentary, though, Commissioner Johnson. That was very a good perspective. But I'm curious about city staff's take or city attorney's office's take.
We're in support of the modified condition as proposed by staff. You know, we don't think that a year is long enough to really flesh out the issue of whether or not that arterial is going to be needed. And then we also recognize that the applicant has placed in his handbook the fact that that arterial was going to be reserved. And so, you know, since there was no 12-month time limit in their handbook, you know, I respect Madam Chair's observation that, you know, maybe we should have spotted that, but also maybe the applicant should have spotted that, you know, as well in terms of putting a time limit on that. But I don't think 12 months is going to allow either Sunny Hills or RTC or the city of Reno to determine whether or not that arterial is needed. And since they have that in their handbook, we're in support of an amended condition to retain that reservation. Thank you.
Commissioner Gower?
Madam Chair, if I could, just a quick follow-up on that. And Carl or Angela, I mean, would you consider the condition 14 as it was written before, essentially a modification of the PUD handbook without going through the process of essentially making that change?
Maybe I could jump in on that one. In going through the PUD and the, you know, at least half a dozen times where it talks about reservation of that right of way, it does seem to be, you know, without a specified duration of the reservation in the PUD, it seemed to be somewhat inconsistent. And that's why the condition, as the new condition proposes that the applicant can go back and amend the handbook to add a time frame for that reservation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gower, did you have another question?
I didn't. I was waiting for you, and I was going to propose starting off discussion, but if I'm getting ahead of myself, that's totally fine.
I don't see any other hands up or unmute. So would you like to start discussion?
Yeah, and I think I can make it pretty quick. You know, my concern with the original condition as proposed, while I completely understand where the applicant is coming from, is it seemed like it was essentially requesting a change to the terms in the PUD handbook. And it felt like a little bit of, you know, circumventing a master plan or PUD amendment process. You know, I think the language in the handbook is vague, but unfortunately that's what we have to deal with. So I do appreciate the amended condition and specifically the language in the amended condition that says that the PUD handbook could be amended through a process. If the applicant wants to change it to 12 months, if the applicant wants to remove it altogether, then let's go through that process to do it by amending the PUD. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioners, thoughts?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Munoz. I have a quick question for Carl. If we do pass this with condition 14 as written by city, it still gives the applicant a chance to come back and amend this, right? It's not, this isn't the end all. So they still can come back and amend this later. Or am I reading this wrong?
Well, they can come back and apply to amend the handbook anytime.
Thank you.
Just to
I'm
clarify
wondering-
as well, can I just one to that point? This also gives them the option to have two tentative map layout alternatives. So they don't have to come back and amend the tentative map, right? By approving this tentative map today with these modified conditions, that will preserve both options for that tentative map layout. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on the record on that.
Is there any time frame that would be acceptable to City of Reno and the applicant that isn't perpetuity forever and isn't 12 months? Is there a reasonable time frame?
And I think from staff's perspective, we don't just want to throw out a date without having some broader discussion on this, right? Some analysis. This is a major road. So we don't want to just say, oh, we've talked about it and 12 months it is, or 5 years it is. Let's come up with something after we've discussed it with RTC. Let's talk to our regional partners. Let's have a broader conversation and come up with a time frame that we're comfortable with. And again, in working with Daybreak, let's talk to them. What's a comfortable time frame for everyone involved before we just change something on something that is a regional road and has regional impacts.
And from the developer's perspective, we're ready to move forward to develop this land now. As Commissioner Marshall pointed out, it's the question of who bears the cost. If the city believes this is appropriate for a regional road, then that's fine. But somebody needs to acquire it from us. But we're ready today to move forward to develop it for residential use.
I think just an observation, I think Commissioner Gower's point about whether or not this is a kind of sub rosa alteration of the PUD is a good one, but I also think the argument that they can come back in and change it is a little bit of a false promise as well, since we're issuing a tentative map right now. And this is the time when the reservation has to occur. Then you'd have to, come back in and amend the tentative map. And that seems a little bit of a, tough road. I have sympathy for city staff in that there was no, reservation is in application here a bit fuzzy. And so to that extent, I think it can be reasonably interpreted, and the chair's question of what's a reasonable interpretation, I think can give you a range of answers from, 12 months to, something that is probably a little more acceptable in terms of the planning horizons. But, I don't want to argue against my interests. I want this road because I want to ride up and down it on my bicycle. But I don't want the road because, it'll just going to lead to additional development and out on in the WUI. So I'm conflicted.
If I may make one clarification too, there was a question about RTC and when they're doing their plan update. I just wanted to note that they are doing their plan update in 2021. I think Andy can give the date, but they have to have it done by May. So it's not years out when that update's happening.
That's correct. They indicated to us that they had to have it done by May. So they are in that, what is the 2050 regional transportation plan update currently. They have indicated to us that had to be completed by May of 2021.
Commissioner Belto?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm kind of I'm kind of stuck on this because on the one hand, it's, you know, the language saying reserved, it's, you know, it could be read clearly to say that reserved means it's in effect dedicated, it's not able to be used. But I'm, on the other hand, it's, you know, it's, I don't think that's reasonable based on what I'm hearing from the applicant for them to say that this is what they intended by this agreement. And that's where I'm kind of stuck with is, you know, what does that look like? Them reserving it and not being able to use the land or develop the land, just hold on to it in effect into perpetuity or until the PUD expires or something happens where it needs to be used. I don't know. I will say in terms of the takings arguments, I think it's, and this, I don't want to, you know, my understanding of Commissioner Johnson's way of putting it is that it might be a little bit outside the scope of what we're supposed to consider. I think that's a fair way to, you know, way to explain it is, I don't necessarily know if we're supposed to be evaluating that. It really just looks at what the language permits us to look at, whether or not it's consistent with the master plan, whether or not the zoning code allows it. And you know, it's tough. I'm a little conflicted. So if anybody has any thoughts, you know, yeah, it's kind of where I'm at.
Just Commissioner Velto, in my other life, I deal a lot with takings arguments, and we've litigated takings cases, you know, to the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court. And in my mind, I kind of agree with where you were kind of going a little bit about is that I don't think there's really should be the takings consideration should be the heart of what we're looking at. It's you know, they entered into an agreement with the city to develop their lands, and in exchange they got this development agreement, you know, the PUD handbook. And so there was an exchange of benefits, and so takings to me doesn't really factor into it. It's how you want to, what is the, you know, fair way of interpreting that and applying that provision. And that to me is how to frame the issue rather than, you know, whether, you know, denying the reservation would be a takings of the Sunny Hills or the other way around. I don't think either of them are particularly persuasive in their merits, but it's much more on, you know, what was, I think you kind of nailed it, what was, you know, the parties' agreement as to who should bear those costs of carrying that either fallow use of land or to purchase that right of way within a reasonable time period. Not certain that helps in the end, but
I guess I kind of look at it, well, I do look at it as this is a road that isn't needed for the Daybreak project. It's not, they don't need the road. They've said, we'll reserve the land if somebody wants it, but nobody has thought that it was going to be reserved indefinitely or for 12 months or whatever. So RTC being the governing body, if they're going to do their update in May, then if they need the road, it's there, but it's not needed for this project. And I don't necessarily even consider the project above it because it's not a project yet. I mean, I don't, how many times have we heard things come before the planning commission that we think are coming that never, you know, come to fruition or develop? So it's not even, I don't understand how this road is needed for a project that isn't even real.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Munoz for the record. I understand what you're saying, and I think that makes great sense. At the same time, we're planning commission, and our focus is to plan ahead. You know, what could be, and that's the reason the city, you know, does the PUD. That's the reason they do these things is what could be. And with land being so scarce in Reno, that is a very plausible area to be developed, and probably sooner than later. So I think we do have to keep in mind that something is going to happen there. We don't know when, we don't have a magic ball, but we know something's going to happen there. And it's our job to make sure that we're helping plan correctly so that when those projects come and they do happen, which they're going to, and anybody doesn't think it's not going to happen eventually, hasn't seen the growth in Reno in the last 10 years, So we really do have to plan ahead, even though we don't have something in our hands to look at now. If I was to put $1 million if something's going to be there the next 10 years, I'd probably make $1 million. So I think we do have to plan for that. And that's the reason the RTC does have that written in there. And I think it is our job and our duty to make sure that that goes through, to make sure that it's available when they need it. That's our job. So this is my 2 cents.
And that's what partially makes, I think, this difficult, is that we can't see what's going to be built. So I don't fully know what the practical effect is of this roadway not being dedicated any longer, not being reserved any longer, because I don't know what that effect is on the development that may happen there. And this is something I think another commissioner brought up, is that the expected daily trips might be different than what was originally planned. And there's not, that makes it tough, because I don't really know what that development looks like. But I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Munoz, maybe we should be thinking about we definitely should be thinking about the broader development than just one plan at a time.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, just weighing in on what everybody's saying, and maybe kind of going back to where I was from the very beginning. In looking at this project, the applicant has presented 2 options for a tentative map, both of which they've acknowledged that they are willing to accept. And per what staff is saying, by moving this forward, those 2 tentative maps are in place for 4 years, allowing for this broader discussion for RTC to finish their work, to determine if, at least in the short term, if they think this is still warranted. So to me, we can argue this a lot. I think everybody sitting on the Zoom call knows that this is not the last time that this is going to be talked about as this particular issue. So in my mind, the question is, are we as a body basically accepting either, that condition 14? In both cases, condition 14 acknowledges the potential for growth. Our purview is, again, as Commissioner Munoz says, to plan for that growth, and the planning for that growth is being done by a number of different entities. So by putting forth or accepting or approving this with the city's condition, basically what we're doing is we're putting a 4-year time out there for this project to determine if they want to clarify through an amendment to the PUD, because that's the way that it's written, the timing on this. And that amendment would be based upon additional information gained from RTC. So to bring all of that back, I understood the first recommendation, first condition 14. I think that was the benefit, or that was much more of a benefit to the applicant. I think the current condition 14 definitely throws some additional impediments in the way of the current applicant because of having to deal with the process of an amendment and the questions that come along with that, which are along the lines of what we've been talking about tonight. So based on that, I mean, we can go back and forth, but the issue before us is, one, are we willing to make a motion about the approval or not of this tentative map? And then based on making the findings, and those findings include determining if this is in conformance with the master plan of streets and highways. The condition as written and proposed by staff is in conformance because it's saying that that needs to be set aside because it's on the current RTC master plan. So to me, that answers the question before us tonight in response to our findings. And so, I mean, I'm not going to be able to litigate the takings or any other issue. I just look at it and say, our general conformance says that there's an RTC extension of South Meadows right now. Whether it's determined, that it's actually necessarily or not is being looked at, and it's not, it's a planning issue. So to me, the findings that need to be made for the tentative map, especially presenting a tentative map with and without that, are in place. So that's, I guess, my non-attorney side of the response. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and I guess just to clarify, it's not that I'm saying that we don't plan for the future. I think the PUD plans for the future. I think the PUD put in there that this would be reserved for the future. And I think that is a good planning process, but I don't think that it's the developer's responsibility to hold on to this land until people come around and decide what they're going to do as far as building a road or building a project. And the way I look at it is this project does not need this road, and it wouldn't need this road no matter what. So when we look at, when I look at the findings, I can say that the infrastructure is there for this project. Now, if RTC were to come through and say, hey, we know there's going to be growth out there. We know this is going to be a 4-lane arterial. We know we need it. Great, come and take the road. It's here for you. This isn't a project that people haven't known about, Daybreak, forever. So it's not like this agenda came out on Friday and they just got word of it. So I think if somebody wants the road, if the developer above wants to plan for that and get it, or they can approach the developer Daybreak and work something out, or RTC can. But I don't think it's necessarily I don't want to use the word fair, but I don't think it's fair to ask the developer to hold on to land that may or may not be used or needed by somebody in the future. There's got to be some sort of time frame, and I'm not sure 4 years the developer is going to want to come back and build houses or whatever on a stretch of land that they built on 4 years ago. Might not be the best approach. Those are my opinions, but I think we should probably move towards some sort of motion or accepting both tentative maps or not. Does a commissioner have something to move us forward? I believe we've had plenty of discussion.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion. I'm not sure it's going to move anywhere. So if someone
Well, let's
has
start.
more confidence in their motion. Okay. Madam Chair, in the case of LDC 21-00010 Daybreak PUD Planning Area 26, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map subject to the conditions with the amendment of condition 14 to include the proposed language from staff in the memo received on December 16th.
Thank you, Commissioner Gower. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Does that include amendment to condition number 4 as well? Just the change in unit?
Yep.
They're beating up on you tonight.
I know, I keep forgetting that one. Change in condition 4 from Village 23, change it to 26.
And may I ask, does that include both the 205 unit and the 174 unit map?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I will second that motion and I can make the findings.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
Yes, I'd just like to quickly articulate the reasons why I could be voting against the motion. Not just for my earlier comments on the road allocation of that carrying burden, but also from my previous statements regarding the timing of this development with the actual land absorption and the type of housing that we should be promoting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Marshall. Other discussion? Okay, I don't see any. Michelle.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Commissioner. Sorry, Madam Chair, Commissioner Munoz.
Okay.
Can you clarify, Commissioner Gower, can you clarify 14, what you're proposing there?
So it's the proposed language from staff from the memo today. The condition is prior to the issuance of the first final map for planning areas 24, 26, the applicant shall reserve the right-of-way for future extension of the South Meadows Parkway east of Rio Wrangler Parkway to the eastern boundary of the PUD with the 4 lanes as identified in the PUD. The reservation would remain active until the PUD expires or it's modified to no longer require that reservation.
Thank you, Commissioner Gower.
Okay, I'm trying to see if there's any other discussion. I'm looking. Okay, I think we're ready for a vote, Michelle.
Kathleen Taylor.
I'm gonna vote yes. I'm not in favor of condition 14 as staff recommended, but I don't know if this is the right term. I'm not ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I vote yes.
John Marshall.
Dang, I was hoping I'd get at least one person voting no with me.
Well, point
No.
of order. Point of order. If the vote is a no, there could then be a new motion with a different condition 14. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
Michelle.
I'm sorry, Marshall is a no.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Peter Gower.
Yes.
Mark Johnson.
Yes.
Arthur Munoz.
Yes.
Paul Levis is absent. Alex Felto.
No.
So it's 4-2.
Do we need 4 for approval? That's right, Carl. So the motion passes.
Motion carries. Needed 4, got 4.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. You can go home now, I think. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks. How are you guys doing? Do you need a quick 5-minute break? Yes, no, yes? Michelle, is it okay if we take 5 minutes?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, back at 7:53. Thank you. Where is everybody? It's just you and me, Commissioner Marshall. Are you ready? We're gonna knock through this agenda in no time. Saving it for next week?
Definitely next week. It's a jacket.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Kathleen, looks like you're feeling a lot better. You're just not feeling well. You did a good job considering all of that.
Okay, do we have Commissioner Velto and all right, let's get started again, Michelle. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, so our next agenda item 4.3, or I'm sorry, we're going to call the meeting back to order of the December 16th Planning Commission. Welcome back, everyone. The agenda item 4.3, case number LDC 20-00070, the Heights Tea House. I don't know if I said that right, but I think Angela, they pulled their application.
That's correct. They did. Nathan, do just lose you for a sec. Oops. Sorry, I'm echoing. Hold on. There we go. Oh, it looks like
I want to be where you are.
Nathan's on vacation in Hawaii. I just saw him in the office. I don't know what happened.
Good evening, Commissioners. Apologies for the background. Did not catch that in time. Will be adjusted. Yes, staff did receive written requests to postpone the application for the hitch. They're hoping to come back in May. Per code, they'll be required to pay for renoticing, but there are some potential changes in ownership. So they have requested postponement at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. We will let me get my agenda here to item 4.4. Oh, sorry, Michelle.
Yeah, so because this was noticed, we did receive public comment for this item.
Oh, you're
All
right.
in
I'm
favor,
sorry.
yeah, all in favor, and all the emails were forwarded to the Planning Commission and are entered as part of the record.
Okay, apologies about that. Do we have any other public comment?
I did not receive any voicemails for this item.
Okay, so I guess, do we have to officially close public comment before we move on to 4.4?
Madam Chair, do we need
You need to
an
move.
official action to
Yeah.
continue it since it's on the agenda?
Yes.
Didn't
Nathan
Sorry.
Gilbert, this is a postponement as allowed per Reno Municipal Code 1806205. So the project will be renoticed. This is the applicant's request, and they're allowed the postponement up to 2. This would be their first.
Okay, so do we have to take an action on it?
No.
Okay. I'm really trying to get to 4.4. So 4.4 in the agenda is case number LDC 21-00022 Ortiz Residence Variance. Do we have a presentation from the applicant?
Yes, just one moment.
Madam Chair, while they're getting that up, I need to recuse myself. I am supervised by one of our board members who is a member of the applicant's family, I believe.
Okay, we'll see you in a few.
All right, one moment, guys, while we get set up.
I think we have Grace and Danielle, I think, is here. Are you ready to do the
Hi, here we go.
presentation for your project?
Yes, can you hear me? Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Danielle Weiss, Dolan, actually. Quick background on me. I grew up in Reno and went away many, many years ago, 23 years ago, to practice architecture. And my husband and I just moved back recently. So this is my first major project in Reno. I'm really happy to be here. So thanks for hearing us tonight. Appreciate it. The reason we are here is for the Ortiz residents. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and start our presentation. Excuse me. Okay, so the address is 1275 West Huffacre Lane. This is in the LLR 25 zoning. It is within the sphere of influence. The piece of property is 3.62 acres. I apologize in advance for my scratchy throat. I also have been sick recently. The proposed property is a zoom in of it. These structures right here, can you see my mouse? Can I get a little thumbs up? People can see my mouse. Okay. What is the existing primary residence? The structure right here, an existing garage, an existing hay barn, an existing milk barn, and then some other rural structures dotted on the property. This property is part of what was the larger Avancino Ranch property, and this is a smaller portion of what is left of only 3 parcels of that original larger ranch. Still within the same family. It's 6 generations deep at this point, and so these are some of the original family members trying to add on to the property. The existing structure is the original family home, and it has been there for 147 years. And it is the intent of my clients to put a new primary residence on the property and have it be set very, very far back and very hard to see from the street. But it puts it in conflict. It puts 2 codes in conflict, which is why we're here today. And we want a resolution on the conflicting codes so that we can hopefully be in conformance on at least one of them. So the residential infill standards basically set the setback relative to the adjacent property that is right here. And the accessory structure, the conflicting one, is the accessory structure from the development standards for residential zoning. I just heard a little beep. I don't know. Does that mean I'm supposed to do something? It's like a hand raise. Okay, I don't know.
No, you're good. Keep going.
Okay, thank you. So the dimensional standards for residential zoning say that accessory structures need to be behind a primary structure. By essence of building this larger house at the front or the back of the property, it inherently becomes the principal structure, which then forces all of these other structures to become accessory structures. To be fully in conformance to both of the code requirements, we would be required to demolish these existing historic family residences and farming structures. So the exceptional situation that we are requesting that you acknowledge is that demolition of these beloved existing residents and the other accessory structures is an undue hardship, and we would like them to be able to remain. What you're seeing in this graphic, the red zone, is the amount of space that is left between this existing house and the front setback were we to try to stay in conformance. It's not desirable on several fronts because it pushes a very large house very close to West Huffaker Lane, which is also not in keeping with the intention of this part of Reno. It's not totally impossible to do if we keep building code and fire code in mind. We'd have to have a minimum 3-foot setback to this existing house, and you can imagine that we would basically have a shotgun house along the front, a very large. It's feasibly possible through massing studies, but it doesn't make it a house that anybody can actually live in. So demolition of the historic houses would be required to be in conformance with the code. This is a quick bit about, no need to read all of this, but this is just some local articles found online about the history of this part of town. I'm sure all of you are quite familiar, possibly more familiar than I am with all of this, but this part of Huffaker Lane is originally basically what landed Reno on the map. Italian families immigrating here from Italy turned this into ranch land out here. And so this is one of those original properties that created Reno. This is a quick street view just to give you a sense of what it looks like right now. The red dots are things that are there. The blue dot is the proposed. The historic house is this little structure right here. It was actually originally built in Virginia City and then moved down here from the family not long after it was built. And then there's a garage structure put there. And then these are some of the farming structures, a hay shed and a milk barn. There's a few more further back on the property that aren't necessarily affected by this development. Our intention, the property slopes up. You can see this hill a little bit behind the trees and such, but the property slopes up and then flattens out up here, and we're proposing to put the new primary residence very far back here, tucked in underneath all of this landscaping, and essentially mostly hidden from Huffaker Lane with the retention of all of this existing structure in place. This is a very quick massing study only, just to show you what a one-story, which we are granted more than one story, obviously, but just to give you a sense of what a one-story structure might look like if it were, you know, the 5,000 square foot home that they're hoping to build, squeezed into that narrow red stripe that we were talking about. It not only obscures view to the historic structures altogether, but it's just not anything attractive for anybody to see. It's also a very large structure right up close to West Huffaker Lane. This is a quick graphic of what we're hoping to do, which is to retain these historic structures and tuck the new house up the hill and back behind. Keep in mind, none of the landscaping is showing. So the fact that you can even see the house back there has to do with the fact that the landscaping has been removed. But with a lot of landscaping, it will be quite obscured, which is part of the goal. And then here's a third view showing that if we were forced to conform with these two conflicting codes, the existing houses would have to be demolished. It is still the intention, even with demolition, for these houses to be for this house to be built that far back on the property. So the net result is just the loss of historic structures on the house for essentially no other purpose. And the house will still get built back there, but we will see it more from the road. So it will have a greater visual impact as people go by this new structure with the loss of the existing historic structures. We have received a good amount of community feedback that is in keeping with our hope for the variance. This is a lot of neighbors. I believe you guys may have received all of these. I can leave them up, but they all response to this project has been positive. And it's all community members hoping to see these historic structures retained because they mean a lot to them, basically, and that they're in favor of the new house. They aren't necessarily against the new house going up, but they just would like to see the existing structure remain. This is just a quick graphic to give you guys a sense of the topography. That it's a flat site. This is the rural part of Halfacre Lane, where there's, you know, large swaths of pasture land before most structures, not all, but most structures, and definitely the structures immediately adjacent to this property. And in general, that is the language of this part of town. It is also the language of this part of town because historically that's what was there. So the planning code is actually a reflection of structures like this house that came before the planning code existed. It was designed to reflect this exact situation of this existing house. So then you see these topographic lines which show the hillside going up roughly about 10 feet, and then it somewhat flattens out back here again, which it becomes the next building pad. That is what we're looking at. So just a quick graphic for you of what we were thinking of doing with the existing, or with the proposed house. That is it. The gist of the argument for us is that the exceptional situation is that we have this historic, it is not officially historic rated, but it is a beloved historic house nonetheless to the community house that would be ashamed to have to demolish simply to meet the letter to conflicting planning code requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nate, do you have a presentation? Nathan?
It would be Kyle.
Oh,
Kyle,
sorry.
Hi, Madam Chair. Kyle Chisholm, Assistant Planner for the record. Good evening, Commissioners. So let me pull up my screen here. Can you all see the slide I'm showing here? Okay. All right, so Ortiz residence variance. So thank you, Danielle. She did a wonderful job summing up what the request is. And what you have here is a 3.62 acre site. It's located currently in Washoe County, but it is in the city of Reno's sphere of influence and our jurisdictional boundary. So we apply, and it has an assigned zoning of LLR 2.5. The request is for a variance of two code requirements, basically and Danielle went through this, but the front yard infill setback requirement for new residential development, and also to be able to construct a new principal dwelling in the rear of a detached accessory structure, which the code does not allow for. This is a aerial, just kind of showing the sphere. This is a pocket of unannexed property, and the yellow is the annexed properties into the city, and the purple is our sphere of influence boundary. Zoning map kind of shows the zoning. It's surrounded by LLR 2.5 all the way around. Site plan, this shows a little bit about what's being proposed and why they're requesting this variance. Shows the new principal dwelling located in the rear of those what would be accessory structures. Danielle already showed you this graphic, but I'm gonna go through it a little bit more. So why this graphic is important is that it shows the front yard, what we would require the new building to be placed in. So that new principal dwelling has to be placed per code in that front infill setback area.
Can I interrupt, Kyle? I don't think his screen is changing. Does anybody else see his screen changing from the original? No, Kyle, you're still showing the site plan.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. I'm gonna close it out and let's see if I can.
While he does that, I'll just mention that just for clarification, of the two conflicting codes that we have on this property, the infill development standards set the setback relative to the adjacent house, and the dimensional standards for residential zoning set the accessory structure as being required to be behind the principal structure. So the variance we are requesting is a variance to that second piece, which is to allow the accessory structure in this instance to exist in front of the primary residence.
Okay, that was really weird. It showed that the host muted me, and then I don't know why it's not allowing me to share my screen anymore. So I don't.
Michelle, do you have the presentation?
Yes, we can bring it up. Just one moment, please.
I think we do see your screen, Kyle.
You do see it now with the PowerPoint?
We can see your screen, but I don't know if it's moving through.
So if I pull up does that pull up the site
We
plan?
see the site plan.
Okay, and this is the infill display?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just go from there then. I think we got it then, Michelle. Sorry. So infill display. So as I was mentioning, this would be the required area for where the new principal residence would need to be placed. As you can see, that area is very narrow. It would not accommodate without demolishing those existing structures, this residence that and it's a very large lot. It's greatly exceeds the minimum lot size standard. So there's a lot of vacant area, but they would not be able to accommodate that house in that area. Just some notes. So as Danielle mentioned, there's those two conflicting regulations, and what you have here is basically an exceptional situation because of the narrow building area, and the fact that there's a historic or intrinsically valued home that would need to be demolished to the family. And so the current residence, the historic home, is already providing that desired streetscape that is desired with the infill standards. And so by demolishing that and putting in a different home there, it would essentially defeat the purpose of that infill standard. And so that creates somewhat of a peculiar and exceptional practical difficulty for this development and the property owner. And also just based on the feedback we've had from the neighbors, and this is a perfectly suitable development for this lot. It would not be materially detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or injurious to the property or improvements in the vicinity. Staff received, actually, I want to update this. I've received a bunch more. So I've received a total of 8 emails from nearby property owners in support of this request. And staff was able to make all the applicable variance findings and recommends the Planning Commission approve the request. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions from you.
Thank you, Kyle. So this is a public hearing. Let's bring it back to the commissioners for disclosures. Let's start with Commissioner Gower.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I visited the site and received and read emails.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Mr. Johnson, same disclosures.
Commissioner Belto?
Commissioner Velto, same disclosures.
Commissioner Munoz?
Commissioner Munoz, same disclosures.
Commissioner Taylor, same disclosures. Michelle, this is a public hearing. Do we have any public comment for this item?
Thank you. We received emails for this item. All emails were forwarded to the Planning Commission. We did not receive any voicemails for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. We will close public comment now and bring it back to the commission for questions of either the applicant or of Kyle. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Johnson?
Madam Chair, thank you. Kyle, question on the infill development standards. Is that due to the fact that there is actually property that's been developed on multiple sides of this parcel? And it was a little unclear to me, especially when you're looking at large lot residential, how to apply the same standards with respect to development around it. Can you explain to me how you got to that point?
Yeah, so what the code says is that when there is existing development on either side, that new principal structure has to match the setbacks of, so if there was a house, there's only a house on the east side currently, the west side is vacant. So they essentially have to match that because that's the only developed, with a developed setback, they have to match that setback of that existing residence.
So, but I guess my question is, doesn't an infill standard imply that there's development on both sides or all sides of the existing lot?
No, it doesn't. And we get this, we question this often, but you know, when you have this area is predominantly developed. And so there are some vacant lots and vacant lands in the area, but it's predominantly developed. And so we would, per the definition in code, it would be considered an infill site. Does that answer your question?
It does. Okay. Madam Chair, I have no other questions. I have a couple discussion items, but I'll reserve those till after the commissioners are done with questions.
Okay, commissioners, other questions? I don't see any hands or comments coming in, so I guess we can then go right into discussion, Commissioner Johnson.
I guess it's an easy one. I am 100% in favor of preserving the existing structure that's out there. My question, or I guess my concern from a discussion standpoint, and this is, don't tell him, but I'm going to put on my Commissioner Marshall hat right now and comment on how challenging it is to make findings for variances, no matter how appropriate they are. And I think I can make the findings on this, but one of the concerns I have is I'm making the findings based on the history of the building and the history of the family. However, because it's in the county, we don't have the ability to say, hey, one of the ways that would make me feel a lot more comfortable about this is if this historic house was actually on the historic register. And so I guess that's where we're setting a precedent here, but you could point to this as a historic structure that has no historic classification in our code. So that, and maybe I'm putting this out there for a couple of points, both for the applicant and for staff. I don't know what Washoe County's process is. I don't even know if they have a process for that, nor do I know if the city would be willing to put a property in the sphere of influence on the historic register. If either of those were a possibility, and maybe that is a question for you, Kyle, or Angela, because it's in the sphere of influence, could it technically be listed on the city's historic register?
He may have to, and I think Jeff might be on the call too. These are his historic expert, but I believe that it would have to be annexed first. So there would I believe it would have to go through an annexation process first. The weird thing with this one is that it has an assigned zoning, so it has a city zoning, but it's not annexed. So if it were to be annexed, it would be annexed in as the LLR 2.5. I believe that annexation process would have to happen first before they can make a zone change request to add it onto the historic or list it as a historic property. But I just saw Jeff popped in, so maybe he can provide some clarity on that.
Yeah, I think the Kyle's onto a point. To be, we couple our historic landmark listings with the historic landmark overlay. And so part of that process is we usually apply zoning, we interpret zoning for extraterritorial jurisdiction for properties that are within the sphere of influence but not quite annexed in. To apply zoning, usually you'd go through the annexation process. I believe there are properties, some properties in the cities, and we'd have to explore this a little bit more, that are within our sphere of influence, not quite annexed in at this point, that do have zoning applied, but I'd have to look into what authority we have in that, and I don't have an answer on that. But because they're coupled with the zoning provision, that's where it gets a little wonky when you're in the sphere of influence and not necessarily annexed within the city. If they were decoupled, then you wouldn't have that issue at all because we do have land use authority over the property regardless. But because they're coupled with zoning, that's a little bit of a gray area that I'd have to do a little bit more research on.
Okay. And again, it was I go back to my initial point. I'm in favor of the project. I'm willing to make a motion because I can meet the findings. However, I think there is the concern about precedent because there isn't an actual historic designation to the property, which is the reason why we are able to make these findings. So that was my discussion. I appreciate the input from city. I guess I would, the applicant's obviously sensitive to this or they wouldn't be here. So I don't have any concerns moving forward with this particular project. The question is really just in the future, as my John Marshall had, are we setting precedent? So Madam Chair, thank you. Staff, thank you for answering that question. And if you would like, I can move forward with a motion on the project.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Thank you very much. Case number LDC 21-00022, the Ortiz residence variance. Based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the variance subject to the conditions listed in the staff report due to the historic nature of the project. And that's how I can make all of the findings.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Gower, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I do not see any. Michelle, can you please take a vote?
Yes. Kathleen Taylor,
Yes.
John Marshall recused, Peter Gower,
Yes.
Mark Johnson,
Yes.
Arthur Munoz,
Yes.
Paul Olivas is absent, Alex Felto.
Yes.
Okay. Approved 5-0.
Great. Thank you very much. Good luck with your project.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good night, everybody.
Okay. With that, we will move on to agenda item 4.5. Case number LDC 21-00020 Mountain View Mixed Residential Village. Michelle, did we have a presentation from the applicant?
We have Ken Crater on the line, and I believe he has a presentation for us.
Great.
Good evening. This is Ken Crater. I'm going to share my screen here.
Start whenever you're
All right.
ready.
Can you see the first slide? Great. This is our Mountain View Mixed Residential Project Village 1, which is a tentative map and special use permit for 49 single-family lots and 66 attached townhomes. And special use permits are required when you have more than 50 attached townhomes. We started working on this project in 2018. Many of you might recall the master plan amendment and zoning map amendment process that we went through. As you can see, this project has historically been used for industrial uses. And based on the environmental studies that we've done, it's been historically used back since the 1930s for materials processing, construction, equipment storage. The project is located off of West 4th Street next to an auto wrecking yard. To the east, the Mountain View Cemetery to the east and the north, and the Reno Vista Ridge project to the west. The areas in blue show the overall site along with Village 1. And just a little bit of background, when we originally met with the neighborhood in 2018, we had talked about making the entire southern portion of the project as a multifamily neighborhood with MF30 zoning, which matched the apartments to the east. But based on input from the neighborhood, we decided to make the second village next to Reno Vista Ridge, which is in this area right here, also MF14. So now Village 1, 2 are MF14, and Village 3 is MF30. We came forward to the Planning Commission several months ago for our first special use permit for Villages 2 and 3 to allow the development of 230 apartment units and 53 for rent attached townhomes. Those are now under construction. And if you've driven by the site lately, you've seen a large amount of dirt being moved. And that is because this site was used for reprocessing retrack material out of the train trench. And so the southern portion along the side along 4th Street was where they put that material. But when they laid the material down, even though it was good material, they did not compact it. And so we're sitting on a bunch of uncompacted fill. And that's why we've had to move that material anywhere we can, including the Village 1 area, while we get down to native ground. But just a couple weeks ago, we kind of got to the top of the curve, and we're now moving that material back down along 4th Street. And if you've driven by lately, you've seen the new retaining walls going up and that material being placed behind the walls. This is a view of the entry of the project from West 4th Street. We designed it with a roundabout, which allows us to pull the hillside back closer to 4th Street. It worked out really well. And we have a series of 3-stepped walls, some slopes up behind, and you can see the apartments up above in Village 3, which again is now under construction. What you can't see off to the right is we've got a nice little park and ride lot off there, which will have a public use easement on it available to our residents as well as anybody within that 4th Street corridor. And we've been working with the RTC closely. We have their approval to relocate a couple of the bus stops and create a much safer situation with new crosswalks, street lights, et cetera, for better access to the bus stops now that will be adjacent to that park and ride lot. This is an overall site plan. You can see Villages 2 and 3 under construction again. This is where we're just looking at this roundabout, the park and ride lot, and then the main entry road that wraps up the hill. And the area in question tonight is this Village 1 right here. A couple of very important things. There was a lot of discussion at the Planning Commission about connectivity to comply with the master plan element in this area here. This is an existing access way for a sewer and storm drain line. And our original plan was to provide vehicle and pedestrian access out to Sandy Hill Lane. Based on input from the neighborhood, we talked just about pedestrians. But after the neighborhood went and thought about it, they were really concerned about having any access there whatsoever. And so we agreed with them that we would block that off. The Planning Commission felt otherwise and conditioned this to be opened up. So at the Reno City Council, the Reno Vista Ridge Property Owners Association appealed our approval. And the compromise was that we worked with the Reno Vista Ridge Property Owners Association, and they granted us an easement, and we are now building a brand new pedestrian path down to Summer Ridge Drive, along with 700 new feet of sidewalk to allow folks from this project to walk into the Reno Vista Ridge development, up to the park on Sky Valley Drive, and vice versa. So we think that was a great compromise to be able to comply with the master plan for connectivity between the neighborhoods, but eliminating the large concern of the neighbors along Sandy Hill of having connectivity in this area. This is a larger blow up. This is the easement. It's now been granted and recorded, so it's a recorded document. And this is part of our Village 2 and 3 improvement plans to install this pathway down to the sidewalk. And it's nice because it also functions as a water utility line connection. So it actually worked out very well. The gray area is the basic location of the pedestrian path. It's a nice gentle grade, which works out well. And this white line is a new sidewalk that we're building all the way up to the existing sidewalk. So we'll have that connectivity into Reno Vista Ridge and all the way up to the existing crosswalk at Sky Mountain Drive or Sky Valley Drive into the beautiful public park in the Reno Vista Ridge area. This is our preliminary landscape plan. And the one thing that we have accomplished with this plan, and there was some discussion earlier on in your hearing about the missing middle housing, which I've been heavily involved in the last several years. And I feel this is a great example, our overall Mountain View mixed residential, of bringing this missing middle housing to the community with our 230 apartments, our 53 for rent attached townhomes, which allow families, young and older couples, to have their own home with a small patio area, but minimal maintenance, to be able to rent instead of purchase. And now with Village One, we have basically put a small lot, single family, detached lot again on the perimeter of this main portion of the village and adjacent to the Sandy Hill Lane neighborhood area. But then we have an attached townhome project both in the middle of the main village and in this cul-de-sac, which abuts the existing apartments in this area. These are, again, all for sale units. So now we have a great mix of for sale as well as for rent product. The vast majority of the attached townhomes are 2 units per building. So each building has 2 end units, really nice, with windows on 3 sides. Because of the site layout, we ended up with 2 buildings only that have 3 units per building with 1 interior. And they're located in this area here and right here. But the rest of the units are 2 homes per attached townhome. We did a lot of things to really try and make this a good project. You can see here, we've got a lot of curvature on this main entry road. We introduced an additional curve here. So as you're coming into this Village One, you're looking at a row of trees and a green area to block the view of the attached townhomes. We were able to fit in plenty of on-street parking to comply with city code requirements and also have some nice pockets of green open space, which will be enjoyed by all of the residents of the entire Village One, both central to the townhomes, along the north boundary, abutting some of the existing residents, and then a lot of additional trees here along the apartments. Our builder has conditions within their CC&Rs that will require the backyards to be landscaped within 1 year, but we'll be installing all the front yard landscaping initially with development. We have 3 different model types, both for the single family detached as well as the 2 and 3 unit attached townhome units. We have a prairie unit, a farm home unit, and a craftsman unit. And also important to point out that within each of the 3 architectural styles, we have 3 different elevations with varying architecture and colors. So overall, we have 9 different types of house elevations for this project. And we have the same different types of architectural styles for the attached townhome. So it'll provide for really great architectural variation throughout the site, again, with a variety of roof elements, of windows, and different colors and materials. This is a little larger blow up, and I'm going to go through here quickly, but you can just see the different architectural styles. In the rear of the units, we have window grids. We have some architectural variation in these hip portions of the roof. Some of the roofs come all the way down to the top of the windows. So again, trying to provide that variation in styles. These are some of the different elevations of the Prairie Farmhouse and Craftsman. Again, the rears of the building, and same thing with the attached townhomes. A lot of different variation with 9 different architectural styles, elevations, and colors. And same thing too with the 2 3-bedroom units. This is just a slide showing the different colors and materials on the project. There's 3 slides again showing the great amount of variation in materials and colors for this neighborhood. The detached homes are 3 to 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and they have great living areas with great rooms attached to the dining and kitchen, They all have a powder room on the first floor, and the 3 or 4 bedrooms up above with a large master bath with a large bathroom and walk-in closet, and a laundry room big enough to have a side-by-side washer and dryer. And these floor plans range in size from a little over 1,400 up to 1,800 square feet. Again, that missing middle with housing prices that are much more affordable to families and younger and older couples. One thing I want to point out with this elevation is one thing that we worked really hard on in this project is some of the biggest feedback we've had in the various neighborhood meetings is concern about view impacts. And even though views aren't protected, we want to be good neighbors and try and minimize views. So out of the 9 different potential architectural styles and colors on this project, only 2 of the units have roofs oriented parallel to the street or the backyard. And our goal is to work with staff to try and minimize or eliminate altogether having any of these 2 out of the 9 schemes in the homes that have the biggest impacts to the views of folks that live on Sandy Hill Lane. And I think that'll make a big difference in their views, but we'll still have enough architectural variation through the site to provide for a pleasing streetscape scene. And again, you can see the vast majority, again, of these roofs will have less view impact. Obviously, if I'm looking out my backyard in Sandy Hill, I have more view in this area than I do on the peak of the roof. These are the attached townhome units, which range in size from 13 to about 1,400 square feet. They have a 2-car side-by-side garage. There are 3-bedroom units, 2.5 baths, again, with powder rooms down on the first floor and side-by-side laundry rooms. So again, very nice homes for somebody to purchase. Again, families, young couples that don't want to deal with the maintenance. And the 3 building units, again, all with powder rooms, 2-car side-by-side garage, and 3 bedrooms up above. This is the existing Sandy Hill Lane neighborhood area, and it's a beautiful, well-established residential neighborhood. And we're excited to be constructing next door, but we know we'll have impacts. But fortunately, when this was built, it was built up above our property. You can see the slopes in the area here between the back of the homes, and this serves a dual purpose. You can see the couple manholes right here. There's both the sewer and storm drain manhole that come down in this direction and run to the south down this access road, but it also serves as a pedestrian path. This pedestrian path goes and loops up the entire north side and comes back out over in this area, close to where the storage units were recently built. So we've got a lot of horizontal and vertical separation in this area. And you can also see there's this very well-built existing chain link fence, and it sits on top of a barrier rail. Our plan, and we talked about this with the neighbors, is to basically keep the chain link fence, but put in brackets and make this a nice solid wood fence, which will preserve the integrity of this existing fence, but provide for a wood fence instead of the chain link for nicer views out from both the existing homes as well as the backyards from the new homes. This topographic map, the solid red lines are 10-foot elevation differences. So this is the far northwest corner of our property. So you can see in this area, we've got about 16 to 18 feet of elevation difference. By the time you get down to this area, we're just a little over 12 feet. And again, on the south side of this utility access road, we've got about 12 feet in this area, but it quickly gets down to 20 feet and more as these homes on Sandy Hill Lane start wrapping around the corner. This is a grading plan for our lots, and I have a lot of detail on here, but I'll walk you through it. These are the existing homes on Sandy Hill Lane. And the first 4 numbers are the address. So this is 1370 Sandy Hill Lane, 1366 Sandy Hill Lane. And we did that so the neighbors could see where their house was when we made presentations to them. The second number is the existing finished grade elevation at the rear patio area of the Sandy Hill Lane homes. And then finally, our new homes here, these 2-digit numbers are the finished grades of the homes. This would be 4686.8. So you can see, for example, that this home is roughly 13 plus 4. It's about 17 feet down in elevation from 1370 Sandy Hill Lane. And we did that by both dropping a grade down here about 5 feet. These will be part of the backyards. And we've got some walls back here, maximum height of about 4 feet. So they'll still be accessible for landscape planning. But now we create more of a private backyard and have this home set down. So when the folks on Sandy Hill Lane are looking at these new homes, they won't be staring into the backyards. If you're in the backyard of the new home, you won't be able to see up into the existing yards of these homes. So it addresses the privacy issue.
Mr. Crater, we need to wrap up your presentation. We're at the end of your 15 minutes, please.
All right, I'm almost done. But again, our goal was to really try and minimize the impacts. You can see some of these homes get upwards of 20 feet in elevation difference. And again, I think the view impacts were the greatest things, but we worked hard. And you can see this red line is a view from the second floor of the homes. None of the second story views will be impacted with this project. And about 6 to 7 homes will have view impacts from their rear patio yards. So we think this is a great project. It fits the definition of the missing middle. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have a presentation from Nathan? Did I get it right?
Got it. I'm not in a tropical location anymore. I don't have a presentation. Ken more than covered the bases this evening. Staff can make all the findings with the recommending conditions of approval. The applicant did request a minor modification to condition number 10, which is related to the timing of the CC&Rs. So that would be a request to slightly modify condition number 10 to make sure that it will be recorded after the final map. So that would be just a slight modification to make, should the commission move to approve. Staff can make the findings and we are available for any questions.
Great, thank you. This is a public hearing. We'll bring it to the commission for disclosures. Welcome back, Mr. Marshall. Let's start with you.
Familiar with the site, and I think we got a couple emails on this one that I read, and that's it. Thank you.
You, Commissioner Johnson?
Previously visited the site and received and read a few emails on this project.
Commissioner Gower?
Commissioner Gower, same disclosures.
Commissioner Velto?
Commissioner Velto, the same disclosures.
And Commissioner Munoz?
Same disclosures.
Commissioner Taylor, same disclosures. Michelle, this is a public hearing. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We did receive some emails that were forwarded to the Planning Commission. We also received 2 voicemails that we will play for you momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
LDC 21000020, Mountain View Mixed Residential Village. This is from Mr. and Mrs. Theis. We live on Smoke Ridge. And I just think that with all the construction up here at 4th Street and 24-hour fitness, we have 1,000 new units. And I think that this is just a little bit over the top. Water, traffic, and I'm sure the value of our home is going to take a hit. It's just not going to be as pleasant. And I know I hate people being homeless, but I think this is just a little bit too much. Thank you.
My name is Ray Latisick. I own property at 1374 Sandy Hill Lane, 89523. I'm calling in reference to LD C21-00020, Mountain View Mixed Residential Village. I'm calling to oppose this on several counts, one being the traffic that will be impacted in the area. Number 2, the noise, not only during the construction of it, but adding noise from houses close by where we're at. And third of all, it's going to obstruct the view, a nice city view
a lot of the people in our neighborhood and other neighborhoods that are going to be behind this. So that's my comment. Hopefully it makes a difference. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for voicemails. Any voicemails received after noon today will be forwarded to the Planning Commission and will also be entered as part of the record.
Okay, do we have any other public comment?
No.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for questions. Who'd like to get us started? Questions, commissioners?
Madam Chair, I'll
Mr. Howard?
start. Two questions. First one, Ken, it's related to the parking and the no parking requirement in the driveways. Just curious, what the enforcement mechanism looks like for that. It sounds like it's going to be on the HOA. That was a concern for me, so I just wanted to hear from you what your thoughts were on that.
Sure. First of all, the driveways are a maximum of 7 feet in length. Most of them are 6, and there's no sidewalk on that side of the street where the attached townhomes are. So you would clearly be sticking way out into the street if you parked anything other than a very small vehicle in those driveways. But we will have provisions in the CC&Rs. We will have an active association and property manager, which will allow the folks that live in that area to file complaints and notices and to have the property manager deal with the situation. So we will work with staff to make sure that we have adequate provisions in the CC&Rs that they're comfortable with to minimize that impact. I know the city's having issues with this in the area, but we also think these attached townhomes are a great product, desirable for people to live in. And so no housing type is perfect, and that's one of the issues. But we feel very strongly that we can minimize any impacts to the streets, sidewalks, and neighborhoods.
I appreciate that. And, I want to make sure too that the residents will know that, it's the HOA or whatever the association is that's going to be, enforcing it, that it's not a, call Reno direct kind of situation. Because I know that's been an issue too of, putting that burden on our code enforcement staff. So it sounds like that's taken care of. So I appreciate that. The other question is, we had the public comment and the voicemail kind of alluded to it. There was another comment that came through more directly in the email related to the construction noise. And Ken, I don't know if you have any insights on that in terms of, is that just, a function of the grading that's going on out there, but it's just from the email and the comments, it sounded like it might be something exceptional.
Yes, it's a big project as far as all the dirt removing. So we have had quite a bit of interaction with the neighbors. We had a couple of minor issues earlier on with the contractor who was bringing materials and trucks on site before the 7 a.m. start time. So we got that ironed out, and we also got the contractor to agree to park the water trucks underneath the water tanks. So they didn't have to drive the trucks around in the morning to the water tank. They could just fill them up, start them up, and go. But the biggest thing, I think, is just the amount of equipment we have on this site. It was kind of a compromise, either take your time and lessen the amount of impacts on a day-to-day basis, or really get a significant operation going and get this dirt moved and get out of their hair and get back to sort of a more normal construction activity with utility trenching and things like that. So we decided at the end to do a very large operation and get this dirt moved in a timely basis. And as we explained to the neighbors in the last couple of meetings, the last several days, we should have all of the dirt moved in the next 30 to 45 days. We'll be done. And I think that will really help eliminate the worst conditions that we had. But per conditions on the special use permit, the rock crushing that we did, which I believe is done now, we even increased the height of the earthen berm, did it all the way over by the auto wrecking yard. And we have been working very hard. If we get calls from the neighbors, we try and address it that same day and keep up with it. So I think the noise is just kind of overwhelming that we've got all this construction equipment out there. But I think by and large, the neighbors realize that by having that amount of equipment on there and that large equipment will be done sooner, and they can sort of get their lives back as far as the noise.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Ken. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I got a question for Nathan, just to see. I noticed the project is using the alternative parking rate to for the off-street parking. I believe this is essentially related to the townhome project. From what I've read, it seems that we haven't reduced it significantly over what city would require, but there is a bit of a reduction, and that staff is okay with that. Can you maybe walk me through that?
That's correct. Yeah, there's a deficit in code required parking by about 37 spaces for the townhome product. They each have their own 2-car garage. There's conditions of approval related that the HOA is required to enforce that garage be made available for parking. And then the conditions that Commissioner Gower brought up as well. Overall, it really is just a very minor reduction in parking that's being requested, and they are requesting an alternate parking rate as a part of the special use permit, and staff does support this.
Okay.
Mark, can I add one comment onto that?
No, Ken, I've got this. Thanks.
Okay.
I had a follow-up question. I just wanted to get it in there. Just to make sure, Nathan, the parking that we've got going on is all dedicated in spaces rather than on-street parking due to the width of the streets?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That was the question that I had. And then one traffic one, and I'll give this one to you, Ken, so that you can follow up with whatever it was you wanted to say the first time. The traffic counts for this were all looked at during the first, the 2 and 3 villages. So all of the intersection issues with the roundabout and traffic along 4th Street, since it wasn't included in this, that was all incorporated into the overall site project?
Yes, that's correct. But we also updated the traffic study for this tentative map submittal. And as I pointed out during Village 2 and 3, 4th Street is really an underutilized arterial with 4 lanes and a capacity for a level service D over 30,000 cars per day. And it only carries about 10,000 cars per day. And we added in all the current projects along West 4th Street as well as future growth. And it still operates at a level service C or better in the future. And on parking, I was just going to point out that we have very good data out of the Institute of Transportation Engineers. There's a lot of data on this attached townhome product. And the coefficient of determination, as they call it, is 0.97, where 1 is a perfect fit and 0 is no fit. So it's really good data to justify the reduction in parking.
Okay. Thank you for that and for the traffic answer. Madam Chair, that was it for my questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? Discussion? Commissioner Marshall?
I'm ready to make a motion if there are no questions.
I don't see any.
Okay, then based on compliance, in the matter of LDC 21-00020, based upon compliance with applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map and special use permit subject to the conditions.
Commissioner, could the applicant did request that minor modification to condition number 10, as noted in the record. Was that included in your motion?
And you support that, right?
I do.
Yes, that's included in my motion.
Commissioner Munoz, I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Michelle, can you please take a vote?
Kathleen Taylor,
Yes.
John Marshall,
Yes.
Peter Gower,
Yes.
Mark Johnson,
Yes.
Arthur Munoz,
Yes.
Paul Levis is absent, Alex Felto.
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Great, motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Good luck with your project.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to move in some people. Just one
So
moment.
if you want to give us about 5 minutes, we're going to move in a handful of people for this next agenda item. Do you guys just want to take a quick break and then we'll come back in 5?
Yeah, let's take a quick break. We'll see everybody back here at 9:03.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Okay, commissioners, I have 9:03. Angela and Michelle, do you guys have everybody in that you need?
We don't. Give us 30 seconds and
Okay.
we'll be ready.
We'll get everybody in.
Now we're ready.
Okay. I'm going through my screen, looking, see if everybody's here.
I'm kind of happy I have the big screen going for tonight's presentation. I can't imagine doing this on my laptop.
I'm on my phone. Just kidding. Okay, we're going to reconvene the December 16th Planning Commission meeting, and we will move on to agenda item 4.6. This is case number LDC 21-00017 Santerra Quilisi Properties. A request has been made for 1, a master plan amendment, 2, zoning map amendment, 3, tentative map, and 4, special use permit. Do we have a presentation from the applicant?
Michael Poney, McDonald, Toronto again. Good to see you. Hopefully this discussion will be a little easier than the last one. Also with me today is Chris Baker and Mark Rotter from Manhard, as well as a number of other representatives of various jurisdictional agencies. I'm going to act a bit as an MC tonight and give a brief overview of the project, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chris and his team for additional comments and to answer any technical questions that you may have. So let me see if I can share my screen. Well, let's see. Come on. All right. Can you see my screen? Excellent. So the project is located in Verdine. It's in MGOD Planning Area 3. It consists of 1,127 acres. Verdine is a remarkable community, and we share our neighbors' desire that development be done responsibly and with as little negative impacts on the surrounding community as possible. So we took a different approach. We engaged Verdine residents before design, being transparent and soliciting input on what the neighbors wanted and didn't want to see. Chris will speak more to this in a minute, but the approach allowed us to design proactively rather than reactively by incorporating neighbor input into the initial design. We also front-loaded comprehensive studies typically done after tentative map, enabling us to identify site constraints and design within those constraints rather than pepper the project with conditions to study and mitigate impacts later. Significant technical studies were conducted prior to design. These included major topographic conditions, geologic conditions, soils, hydrology and major drainage ways, plant and animal habitats, tree surveys, view sheds, hillside conditions, and slope analysis. The result of this work was a developable area map, which identified the areas best suited for development as evidenced by those studies. Having identified where we could develop, we then worked with neighbors to determine what we would develop. And the result of the collaboration was a better project that addressed the community's concerns. Specifically, in response to their input, we eliminated industrial uses on the site. We've provided more open space, 212 more acres, better configured. Less residential development, 148 fewer acres and over 250 fewer single-family units. Better development configuration aligned to conform with hillside development restrictions and avoid areas unsuitable for development. We've preserved wildlife corridors, creating permanent open space dedications, and we're working with NDOW on a wildlife management plan. We preserved old growth tree stands. We've provided a wildfire mitigation effort, including wildfire fuel management plans, and all homes will have fire sprinklers. New recreational amenities will be provided, including a neighborhood park, walking trails, and public lands access, as well as reserving land for a future regional park site. And finally, we worked with the school district. It was important to neighbors to have a school site. We've worked with the school district for over a year to find a suitable location for a future dedication of a school. We were able to address questions about fire and police service. The project's within Reno Fire and Reno Police jurisdiction, and services are being provided to the adjacent property. We're also within Sierra Fire Protection District and the Sheriff's Mutual Aid areas. A dedicated fire station site will be provided next door on the Meridian project, and we've agreed to contribute $1,600 a unit to fund the construction of that station. The project will pay into a citywide police impact fee system, which was calculated to cover the proportional costs for facilities for growth, and will also generate increased property tax revenue, which will help fund staffing for police and fire services. Secondary access commensurate with the development will be provided to the west. As I indicated, all homes will have fire sprinklers, and we're working on a wildfire vegetation management plan. Traffic questions were also addressed. A comprehensive MGOD master traffic study analyzed build out of all known developments in the area. The level of service requirements are more restrictive in MGOD than code, and the intersections and roadways will operate at these required service levels with some improvements. The roundabout will be constructed at the eastbound on and off ramp to I-80. A roundabout will be provided at Garson and Warrior Road. Secondary access to South Verdi Road will be provided to the west, and a traffic signal will be constructed at the Garson-Boomtown intersection. Finally, NDOT will be constructing improvements to the Garson Road Bridge. With respect to questions about open space and wildlife, as I indicated, 62% of the site is being restricted to open space. The development has been configured to create extensive and contiguous wildlife corridors. We're working with NDOT on that wildlife mitigation and management plan, and we're permanently dedicating open space, which will be maintained in perpetuity by the association. We're also providing pedestrian networks, trailhead access, and connectivity to the Toggle Pyramid Bikeway. Regarding questions on utilities, Tomah will be the water purveyor. As you know, Tomah acquired the West Reno system in 2019 and has plans for future extensions of its surface water system for conjunctive supply to this area. Those improvements will be funded through a special assessment district, which will only be imposed on the development, so growth will pay for growth. Water main extensions, water tanks, and service mains will be built concurrently with the development in accordance with Tomah requirements, and all other utilities are accessible and available, and we will be built concurrently with the development. On that part of the application, we wanted to be transparent and demonstrate the quality of products that will be offered, which will be tailored to blend with the natural surroundings. So information of this was provided to homeowners or adjacent residents. We also provided illustrations of parks and trail concepts for them so they could see what was intended with the ultimate project. Turning to the project itself, as we indicated, there's 4 applications here tonight: a master plan and zoning map amendment. It was important for Toll to be transparent, so we made commitments to the staff and Verdi neighbors to bring forward these applications, even though they're not technically required under the MGOD. We've also included applications for a tentative map, and 5 SUPs are triggered under the MGOD for this project. Turning first to the master plan amendment, essentially seeks 2 things. As I said, the neighbors didn't like the industrial uses on the west side of the property, so we've eliminated all 83 acres of mixed employment designation at their request. We're replacing that with 2 uses. We've added a new public facility use for a 10-acre school site, and the remaining 73 acres will be replaced with single family and suburban mixed use, which are already authorized. The remaining designations clean up the MGOD boundary revisions to align with the tentative map and to conform with the developable area. Into the zoning map. Again, it's really limited to 2 elements. We've eliminated 83 acres of industrial commercial at the neighbor's request and added that public facility use for the school site. Some items to highlight. MGOD requires public facility zoning for a 10-acre school site in planning area 3. So the addition of that public facility use is really a conforming change. The remaining 73 acres, as I've indicated, are replaced with SF6 and and C zoning, both of which uses are already authorized anywhere on the site under MGOD. We've hard zoned nearly 700 acres of open space, and notably the overall density and number of residential units will be significantly below the maximum authorized by the MGOD. And again, the zoning map amendment includes those cleanup boundary revisions to align with the tentative map. Turning to the tentative map, overall, the project seeks to approve 1,225 residential units, significantly less than the 1,491 authorized, 383 acres of single-family residential, nearly 700 acres of open space, 10 acres of neighborhood commercial at the project entrance, 26 acres of multifamily and community amenity, an 18-acre regional park site, 5-acre neighborhood park, 10-acre school site, trailhead access and connectivity, and the average lot size will be larger than the minimum requirements. The result is an improved configuration and a more appropriate development than what is currently shown in the MGOD. Two technical comments on the tentative map. First, we believe that with the adoption of the zoning map ordinance and the tentative map, that will have the effect of making conforming changes to the MGOD such that a subsequent text amendment will not be required. Second, we do have some concerns with condition number 17 and how it will actually work in practice. While we're happy to get input from stakeholders on the final map, the actual final map standards and approval requirements should remain the same, and we would ask for some clarification on that condition. Turning to the special use permits, as we indicated, the MGOD triggers 5 conforming special use permits. First is cuts and fills. Layout focuses development in areas with less slope to minimize the appearance of overly graded landscapes. Great care was given to work within the existing topography, and the cuts are fairly limited, as you can see from the map. Technical drainage way survey and aquatic resources delineation was completed, and the major drainage way disturbances will really be limited to the roadway crossings, which will include spans of sufficient length and design to avoid disturbances of water courses. Project area contains slopes, which triggers the hillside development special use permit under the MGOD, but the tentative map avoids development on steeper slopes and leaves slopes and drainage ways largely undisturbed as open space. As the map shows, development was intentionally constrained to those areas most suited to minimize disturbance of the natural topography. The MGOD encourages cluster development, but that also triggers an SUP. We've proposed that in Village 12 at the west side of the project, and it's been designed to distinguish it from the rest of the project with a variety of housing types to meet code for cluster development. I would note that it's zoned SF6, but will utilize the small lot provisions under the code. Finally, utility infrastructure. Project will require some installation of water tanks and sewer lift stations and the associated infrastructure, which triggered an SUP. We'll coordinate with the Forest Service, the county, and utility providers for any off-site infrastructure. Projects located in MGOD, so we should probably briefly highlight the process. As you know, MGOD is more than a zoning district. It prescribes special, detailed, and specific standard-based requirements. Findings you normally would consider anew are largely addressed through the comprehensive site analysis required by MGOD. Scope of review is also clarified by recent court decisions in the Lucas case. And what those taught us is that when you review development in MGOD, it's a different mindset. It's really more akin to a PUD conformance review than a traditional NRS 278 review, with the MGOD standards acting like the PUD. What this means is findings you would normally consider: orderly physical growth, compatibility of land uses, efficient expenditure of funds, master plan conformance, whether development should even occur in Tier 4, these don't come into play because they were satisfied at the time the MGOD was adopted. I know this might deviate from your normal process, but it's what we have to work with. That being said, given the comprehensive studies and collaborative approach we've taken, I believe the focus will be less on process and more on the quality of the product that's proposed. So turning to the findings. With respects to the master plan, we believe those findings can be are easily satisfied. Eliminating mixed employment and adding public facilities serves as a pattern for growth. Remember, density is capped, so it conforms to the population plan. and the new public facility use is compatible with surrounding residential. The general considerations under 278-250 were satisfied through the MDOT. Similarly, we believe the zoning map findings have been satisfied. SF6, neighborhood commercial and public facility land uses that replace the industrial use are already authorized or required by the MDOT. They represent orderly development and compatible land uses, and they won't impact the timely, orderly extension of infrastructure or public services, most of which are accessible next door. As to the tentative map findings, the applicant has not proposed any density increases, and the map otherwise complies with all the development standards in the MGOT, including traffic, hillside development, protected open space, ridgeline protection, grading and drainage, fire safety, hydrologic resource protection, parks and trails, etc.
Mr. Pagney, you might be cutting out every once in a while. Does anybody
sorry
else
about
hear
that.
Okay.
I'll do my best. The consideration you would normally make of most of the findings under 349 have already been satisfied by the MGOT standards. But again, Toll's collaborative approach and the proactive design, coupled with the recent approvals extending public services and infrastructure and planning area 3, all provide extensive evidence to support the applicable findings. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Chris Baker from Manhart and his team to talk a little bit more about the extra measures taken on this project, and then to answer any technical questions you may have.
Madam Chair, Chris Baker with Manhart Consulting for the record. I know we're probably pushing up against our 15 minutes, so I'll be as brief as possible. I just wanted to make a couple points in closing. The first being, we really wanted to thank the residents of Verdi for their input to date through the planning process. Their participation, I feel, has been very valuable. As indicated in the presentation, our approach has been to be as collaborative and transparent as possible. We understand some of this property is near and dear to a lot of folks out there. And our approach of being proactive as opposed to reactive is something that we've really taken to heart. We've gone and done those extra steps, taken the necessary steps to complete those studies, identify those constraints, reached out to the community to identify their concerns. And we feel we brought forward a project that not only, is designed in accordance and stays away from those constraints, but really listened to the community's input and tried to really respect that and put it in play. And really what we've got here is a proposed project that, as Michael indicated, is highlighted by the elimination of the industrial components and really the introduction of an additional 200 acres plus of open space that we feel will go a long way as we move through this process to preserve those necessary wildlife corridors and other natural features that are so special to this piece of property. So, with that, we'll close our presentation and defer the rest of our time to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Nathan, do you have a presentation for us?
I do. Get the shared screen. Can we all see that? Fantastic. All right, for the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner, and I think Michael did a more than comprehensive review of the requests before you this evening. I do just want to highlight a few key areas. The Planning Commission will be making recommendations regarding the master plan and corresponding zoning map amendments. This is affecting the planning area 3 of the Mortensen Garson plan. Primarily, it's to better incorporate the newer technology, taking into consideration site constraints, and also the significant change to the more flat area to the west of the project site, which would change from industrial, commercial, warehouse, and distribution types of uses to a clustered development. With that associated master plan and zoning map recommendations, there would be a tentative map for 1,225 lots as a part of the request, and associated special use permits for limited cuts and fills, disturbance of major drainage ways for roadway crossings. The whole site is a hillside development. Cluster development requires a special use permit for that flat area on the western plan area, as well as the utilities outlined in the applicant's presentation. I'm going to give just the high level, usual and customary overview of the Mortensen Garson. The Mortensen Garson plan consists of 3 planning areas. The entire area was annexed in 2001, which brought a lawsuit resulting in a settlement agreement in 2002. This agreement caps overall residential development at 3,000 homes and 300 acres of commercial and industrial development within the area. This was incorporated into a development standards handbook, expired in 2012, and also the Mortensen Garson Overlay Zoning District adopted in code. Both were found in conformance with the regional plan and as a project of regional significance. What we live with today is what the Mortensen Garson Overlay Zoning District, which we call the MGOD. This is the illustration of the project site. You can see that it really piggybacks on recent approvals for the Meridian 120 South projects, villages 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and 5 and 6. This would complete the single family residential component of planning area 3. To that effect, most of the conditions of approval are carried over from the Meridian 120 South projects as finally adopted by City Council. These include fire facility fees of $1,608 per unit, vegetation management and fire sprinkler conditions, mandatory secondary access, dedicated regional park site, wildlife mitigation plan with final maps, and final map coordination with Verdi stakeholders, which really just provide oversight, notice to the residents to make sure that all the details, conditions are incorporated into final map approval. This was a carryover from what council conditioned for the Meridian projects. And then of course, the Mortensen Garson Overlay District requires school site and fire station site dedication prior to development the final map in the entirety of planning area 3, and overall traffic improvements to ensure level of service C throughout. Again, this is a planned development. It is an overlay district. It has its own unique design criteria, which the project adheres to. Planning Commission will be making recommendations on the master plan and zoning map amendments and the decisions on the special use permits and tentative map. The next step will be to go to City Council, and the master plan amendment must be found in conformance with the regional plan at the Regional Planning Commission. That concludes my presentation. I would like to note that we have Engineering Manager Mike Michelle available, Reno Fire Marshal Trey Palmer, Scott Estes with TOMWA is available, Mark Fries with the Nevada Department of Wildlife is on the line, and I do believe we have 2 representatives from the Nevada Department of Transportation available for any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. You pack a house. Let's bring it back to the commissioners for disclosures. Commissioner Gower.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Gower, I have visited most portions, well, some portions of the site that are easily accessed. Spoke with the applicant's representative and received all of the emails and digested as many of them as I could.
Thank you. Commissioner Marshall?
Read emails and have viewed the site from various perspectives, but not particularly close.
Commissioner Johnson?
Commissioner Johnson previously visited the accessible portions of the site, spoke with the applicant's representative, and received and read numerous emails.
Commissioner Velto?
Commissioner Velto, the same.
And Commissioner Munoz?
Commissioner Munoz, I visited the site, fairly familiar with it. I read emails and I spoke with the representative for the project.
Commissioner Taylor, same disclosures. Michelle, this is a public hearing. Do we have public comment for this item?
We did receive public comment for this item. They were all forwarded to the planning commission, I'm sorry. Voicemails were also received. We will play those for you momentarily. However, I do want it noted that we received multiple voicemails from the same person. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes, so we will only be playing one of them, but the voicemails have been forwarded to the Planning Commission and are entered into the record. Any voicemails received after noon will be forwarded to the Planning Commission and also included in the public record.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, my name is Ernest Camilleri, and I live in Verdi. I'm concerned about the project across on the east side of the Truckee River, Gilbert at Reno.gov, Planning Commission comment form. My main concern is the water availability for those of us that are on wells, and that the water table is continuing to drop, and how the project will mitigate that impact. I think drilling wells, large wells, should be monitored closely if that's going to be an option. Preferably, they would bring water into the system from another source. And then, of course, I'm concerned about the wildlife in the area, the deer herd in particular, since the project is going to impact winter range for the deer that use the Mount Rose area. And I think an assessment of that impact should be done prior to approval of any development there, so that we can make a knowledgeable trade-off in knowing exactly what we're giving up and if everyone is okay with that or not. And we also need to assess the cumulative effects now of all the projects being established upon one another in that area. Again, primarily the impact to water availability for residents that are on wells. And as a concern, as a resident on a well, my deed and my neighbor's deeds in our subdivision gave us the right to access for the land herein, 1 acre, up to a maximum of 1,800 gallons a day to service the land herein. If an option was to hook us up to city water, that's really not fair. That's an impact to me unless the first 1,800 gallons a day were free. Since we've all invested serious amounts of money to drill our wells and put all the equipment necessary to run our wells and stay within the guidelines of our deeds. The project that I'm speaking of is number LDC 21-00017. Again, thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Carly Borchard. This is in regards to case number LDC 21-00017, Santerra Quilisi Properties. Dear Planning Commissioners, thank you as always for your time and consideration as you review this project. It has been a great experience working with this developer in an attempt to mitigate a number of concerns. I do feel the proposed zoning changes before you tonight achieves a number of benefits. I also sincerely appreciate the property owner has the right to develop. They have gone through extensive lengths to be able to do a project of this magnitude. However, the existing residents have to be considered as well. The timing of this project is frustrating since so many benefits can and will come from the MGOD text amendment process. A number of these mitigations have no opportunity to be implemented with the approval of this project at this time. I feel it to be completely irresponsible on a number of levels, so I urge you to consider the remaining issues that need mitigation. Rather than restate the obvious, I would like to provide potential solutions discussed in hopes of proper conditions of approval can be stipulated. Wildlife. It is time to consider what can be done at this point. Several large-scale developments have been approved with zero mitigation to date. As you will see in other public comments, there is potential for a wildlife overpass. We can think of no better location for this possibility. Meridian 120 South donated land to this potential cause, and the Federal Highway Administration can be a major funding source. We need the city's support on this project to ensure this can happen. The developers stated they are amenable to assisting with funding. We are hoping they can also assist with securing a clear path and access. Life safety services are non-existent in our community. While I appreciate the benefit that can be rectified, this is a benefit that can be rectified in the future, I urge you to implement stipulations within the conditions of approval for a more solidified plan in place prior to the certificates of occupancy being issued. Traffic, without going into extensive detail here, the main issue is the secondary access. There is no westbound I-80 access on exit 3. Most traffic will indeed head east, but the remaining trips will need to utilize very narrow residential country roads. The RTC is committed to a review of our road network. However, this will not be done or completed for some time. So again, I urge that some stipulations are considered and reviewed. Pedestrian and bicycle access is non-existent as well from the north side of I-80, the Verdi Loop to the south side. There needs to be a pedestrian overpass. So much time and effort has gone into bike lanes from Reno and of course the Tahoe Pyramid Trail. We need to be sure there's connectivity linking all of these expensive and time-consuming efforts. Thank
you. Hello, my name is Andrew Morgan, M-O-R-G-H-E-N. I'm calling about the Santara Quilisi project to be going on in Verdi, Nevada. And I guess our planning commission guy is Nathan Gilbert, who I could email this to, but so I'm calling you because anyhow, let's see, the project number is LDC21-00017. That's what I have right now. Anyhow, I'm calling about these projects that are going on. I've lived in Verdi. I'm actually a fifth generation of Nevada, and I've lived up here for quite a long time. My family has as well. I've watched Reno change into something that I think is pretty poorly planned. Anyhow, that being said, Verdi, I've lived out there for 10 years now, and we moved out there because the animals, there was less people, almost zero traffic, and there was a reason for it, and it was to be out of the city and out of urban sprawl. And what has been going on out there with these projects that have been pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed is unbelievable. Since the projects that the city of Reno has okayed and have gone through, since then, the traffic has gone up, garbage has gone through the roof on the sides of the roads, all over the place. People using side streets as shortcuts and almost running over people's dogs and kids that normally play in these streets because there's no traffic on them, and the people that live there know that. And it's unforgivable for this. We've been you let us down. And the animals that come through there, just in my yard alone, I have between 10 and I counted up to 37 deer one day. Well, it's been several times, but on average, I have between 10 and 15 deer every single day, twice a day, that cross Highway 40, across my street, 2nd Street, and go. I think it's unfair for you guys to push this on us and push and push and push. This is ridiculous, it's unfair, and it's unprecedented, and you're going to be fought on this. You can't.
And that's it for the voicemails. Oh, that's it for the voicemails. We have no other public comment.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. We'll close public comment and bring it back to the commissioners for questions. Don't be shy. Commissioners, who'd like to get us started?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and start.
Thank you, Commissioner Gower.
Maybe we could start with access, and particularly the secondary access. I guess I don't quite have a handle on what the secondary access is going to entail. I'm looking at Quilisi Ranch on my screen right now, just a street view, and been out there. I see a couple of concerns, and I'm hoping to get some clarity on it. One is the railroad right away, how we're dealing with that crossing, what the timing is of those improvements, and what the cumulative considerations are for the movement of the traffic on those side streets as they move north out of the development. So I'm hoping to get some clarity on that aspect.
Michael Baker or Chris Baker, are you on the phone? Or on the...
I am. Again, Chris Baker, Manhart Consulting. I'm toggling through some slides now, and I think I'm going to, Commissioner Gower, I think it's best just to probably share a slide and probably walk you through. I'm joined here in the room by Mark Rotter, also with Manhart Consulting, that can probably address this topic a little bit more comprehensively. So let me share a screen now if I have that feature. Is everyone available to see that now?
Yep.
Okay.
So what you're looking at is the alignment that is adjacent to the railroad. To the left of the screen is exit 3, which has the half diamond interchange. Currently, the road comes and makes a curve and crosses the railroad where you see that T intersection. The proposal is to change the curve into a T intersection and carry the roadway through the railroad right away adjacent to the railroad and into that area that was shown as Village 12 for the PUD area, the cluster area. The secondary access that comes from the upper portion of the site is shown teeing off and then going up to the northwest. That goes up the hill quite a ways to where the school site and what we call Village 7 sits rather high up off of the site. Most of the traffic in the upper level will exit out Garson Road because of the circuitous route that they would have to take to come down the hill. However, we do have Village 12 exiting here. The majority of the traffic will head back towards Reno. If they do want to go west, they will have to make it through the existing street system to get there. There's also a couple of other alignments that we're looking at with the railroad. We've been working with the railroad for about a year, and we're looking at a couple of different alignments that could also solve the secondary access issue as well. Currently, the Quilisi Ranch Road is on the west side of the road. We're trying to keep the access, however, on the east side so that we don't cross the railroad twice with the traffic. So that, again, immediately to the left of the screen is Interstate 80 and the half diamond interchange.
So what are the I mean, what are the considerations for traffic volume coming through here? I mean, do you have an idea of a percentage based on the overall ADT for the site? And, you know, as I mentioned, there's a couple considerations here that are concerning. One is frankly the uncertainty of the, you know, the access points with the railroad crossing. But you know, a lot of it too is the impacts that are going on beyond your screen here to the left, and you know, these, you know, rural county communities. So what kind of traffic are we talking about that's going to be moving through those pretty undersized streets?
If I could defer to Paul Salegi, when he analyzed the area, he looked at those percentages and the percentages of traffic that would flow down from uphill as well as from the area to the right side of the screen. Paul, could you address rough percentages or rough numbers that come out in this area?
Okay, there, I think I'm unmuted. In terms of the access to the half diamond, it's around a fifth. I don't have a precise calculation. It's about 1/5 of the overall traffic of the Santerre-Quillisi could be oriented towards the half diamond interchange, with 80% off of Garson Road, roughly.
Paul, do you have, I'm looking for the numbers in the staff report of the traffic. I know they're in here. Do you have an ADT, a fifth of what total?
So the Santerre-Quillisi, hold on, yes, I have that. So the current application for Santerre-Quillisi is about just around 12,000 ADT. So 1/5 of it, you know, a little over 2,000 cars could be oriented that way. The peak hour volume's around 150 in the highest direction on those peak hours. The intersections do have sufficient capacity, and with this enhanced T, with the improvement of the T intersection there, the intersections have adequate capacity to accommodate those volumes and meet the level of service standards.
Okay, so beyond that intersection, I mean, do you have a sense of what the existing traffic conditions are in terms of ADT? Again, just immediately beyond the view of this screen here to the north. I don't think it's much.
So so it's around 2,500 there at the just to the left as you go at the modified T intersection. If you continued off to the left of that sheet, you would encounter the half diamond interchange. Our ADT is approximately around 2,500 there. And let's see, I'm trying to find thumbing through my report to find those existing volumes there in ADT. That's difficult to, it's taking me a moment to find those.
That's all right. And I guess, Madam Chair, I'll just mention that the reason for my questions on this is, you know, I think that the applicant has done a good job of addressing the traffic concerns on the other side of the development, the primary access with the roundabouts. I mean, I think we'll probably have some discussion maybe on the bridge and you know, some technical aspects of the interchange, but I do feel like there's almost like a leaky valve situation here on the secondary access side that's maybe a little bit under considered in the application. So I was just trying to get some more details here.
This is Paul again. I can summarize those intersection levels of service at the ramps. The ramps were key intersections. Or I can brief myself more quickly if you wanted to come back to me, and I would be up to speed and could answer those answers
Let's do that.
in great detail.
That sounds good. I'll stop here, Madam Chair, and let other commissioners ask questions, and maybe we can circle back.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Marshall. Can I ask a question on the secondary access diagram?
Go ahead, Commissioner Marshall.
Thank you. I guess this will be for Mark Rotter. Mark, where's the railroad crossing? For some reason, I'm not.
On the left, Commissioner Marshall, on the left side of the screen where the T intersection is, that's the railroad crossing right there.
Right there. Okay. And is that's at grade, or is that the?
That's at grade, correct.
Right. So, and we're going to be, Paul, when you would do your numbers, could you also figure out how many more cars we're pushing over an at grade railroad intersection? Which I think is an element of Commissioner Gower's question, just when you get back to it. I can continue on with questions while Paul is looking up those numbers too. We're going to switch over to the Garson overpass. Are there any other, I guess, commissioner questions on secondary access before I do that?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Johnson. I'd actually, just to follow along with where you were going with that, Commissioner Marshall, to the right on the screen we were looking at, I guess this does a better job of showing it, where the Village 12 extends beyond that point of secondary access. We have all of the Village 12 development down that road. And I guess the question for staff is, is there a need for another access at some point in that extension? And under that scenario, are we looking at another railroad crossing? And maybe is that the conversation that Chris Baker, you were making about conversations with the railroad? So I guess that was a twofold question. One for staff, if we need a secondary access, and the second for the applicant as to how that's going to occur beyond the secondary access that we were already talking about.
I'll take a stab, Commissioner Gower. This is Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. The secondary access is required for fire service, of course. And again, secondary access condition of approval carries over consistency from the Meridian 120 South projects, which have a, did I miss the mark?
You did. I'm looking at, I get where the secondary access is to the major portion of this project. I'm looking at this Village 12 to the south of that secondary access and wondering where the secondary access to that development is coming from.
Commissioner Johnson, Chris Baker, Menhart Consulting for the record. Hopefully I'm still sharing screen here and you can see. I think what the question is again, there's two conditions of approval in relation to access. We have the 256 unit, which again is in relation to some of the conversations that Commissioner Gower and topics Mr. Gower were discussing, which is this area here. I think Mr. Johnson, his discussion is more in relation to secondary access out to the south for future Area 12. Again, as proposed currently, there is secondary access here through an existing rail crossing. Again, we've been working with the railroad pretty extensively for the last year and have yet to get a final determination on whether or not this access all the way to the south is something that's going to be viable for them. Because of that uncertainty, we have come up with a few different routes in order to fulfill that condition. The main one being as a contingency, trying to use my cursor here. would be, we have a access road as part of the design currently for access to a future water tank through here, which would wrap back in to the existing development pattern. So the contingency would be if for some reason the railroad does not allow us to utilize that existing crossing to the south, would be to provide secondary access on that same access route for the tank site and tie it back into the development to fulfill that condition for the anything above 100 units in Village 12.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, that was, I'm still not convinced it answered my question, so that was appreciated. So I'll turn that back over to my other commissioners. Thank you.
And Commissioner Marshall still had questions.
I was just going to shift over to the other side of, the principal, I guess, Paul's estimation of the 4/5 of the access out over the Garston overpass. And Nate, the applicant's representative, I think, made statement something like that NDOT is going to will improve the overpass. Last time I remember that I don't is, and I guess we have representatives from NDOT. It didn't seem, at least in my recollection, to be that definitive. Where are we on what's happening to that overpass, or that's significantly out in the future?
Nathan Gilbert, my understanding is that is significantly out in the future. The bridge is identified for improvement, but I think I would refer specifics to that to NDOT personnel if they are available. Specific to this request, the master traffic study didn't warrant as a result of this development improvements to the bridge, but is our understanding that bridge will ultimately be replaced, and I would defer that to the NDOT personnel.
Yeah, and this is Amanda Caligari from the Department of Transportation Project Management. For the record, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So as Michael touched on earlier, yes, the department does have future plans to replace the Garston structure, but the timing for that replacement is uncertain at this time. It was placed on the STIP for the fiscal year of 2024. However, we don't have any, that's dependent on funding availability, and it has to be vetted with the rest of the department priorities. As you guys know, the STIP is a planning document. So this project hasn't been scheduled or programmed, therefore it does have to be prioritized with the rest of our projects. The structure is not structurally deficient, so any improvements that will need to be made to the interchange or to the structure are not because of the structural integrity of it. It would be due to impacts of this development. And to speak on that a little bit more, the department has been reviewing a recent submittal of the traffic interchange analysis to ensure all necessary traffic impacts are mitigated as related to NDOT. So we are currently reviewing that interchange and discussing that internally.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions on that part of the access. If there's other traffic questions or access questions, I can defer to those, Madam Chair.
Commissioners, other traffic questions?
This is Paul Salegi. I'm prepared to answer those questions if it's an appropriate time now.
Sounds good, Paul.
Okay, I've found those pages in the report. The current volumes, the average daily trips under that South Verdi Road at the Half Diamond intersection, it's only 300 existing average daily trips under the bridge there. With the project will add 1,675 trips under the bridge. So an increase, a multi-fold increase. And to the south of the bridge, the increase is 3,050. And that's what would be applied to the railroad crossing. However, those numbers, those increases seem large. However, from a level of service perspective, the existing level of service at that half diamond interchange, both at the off ramp and the on ramp, both of those exist at level of service A, functioning, you know, at very high operation rating. And with the project traffic, the cumulative project traffic, it stays in the B range. So even though there was a large increase in traffic there, there's still substantial capacity in the roadway and in those intersections, the ramp intersections. So I hope that's sufficient detail.
Paul, do you have just for clarification, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Paul, could you put up a map, or can we zoom in so we're all clear on the areas that you're talking about and the interchanges? I think I am, but I just want to make sure we're crystal clear here.
I can't put up a map here from my computer here at home. I wonder, Chris, if you could maybe even just if you could use the overall development map that would show them the road down to the interchange there, that exit 3, interchange 3.
I don't like that map. If we could look at a different map, that would be good.
Chris, do you have an idea of perhaps a better map that would be applicable for us there?
So we do have what I think you're seeing now, which is the transportation network with the color categories of the right-of-way widths. We have this secondary access zoom in, and then we have the overall development plan map. So I think those are the three that we have that would best depict it. I think what the commission might be trying to get is a little bit into some of the existing road networks, kind of more towards the north underneath 80, which unfortunately we don't have an exhibit that depicts that area available.
So Chris, maybe you can pull up the map that you just had. I don't know if you have the ability to zoom in, the one that had all the different colors, and then generally show us kind of where we're talking about. You'll have to reshare your screen.
I think we're talking about here. As far as it's going to go. Can everyone see that? What we try to do here is zoom in on those areas. So hopefully that gives a better perspective.
I mean, to be honest with you, it's really hard to see the intersections and the existing street network because we're just looking at the small footprint here. I mean, even if we could pull up a Google Earth or Google Maps here so Paul can point us to the intersections that he's talking about.
That's what I think is probably the best option. So I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to pull that up and I'll join back in just a minute, okay?
That sounds good. I have a question for NDOT while you guys are here. Thank you so much for being here. General traffic question. Does NDOT have any concerns with their infrastructure or their roads and the ability to meet appropriate level of service with this project? Amanda, if you're still with us. You might be muted.
Can you guys
hear me?
We can.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I was having a little bit of trouble.
Echoing.
There's an echo.
I'm having issues with my
We can hear you good now.
Okay. No more echo?
No more echo.
Okay. Can you repeat your question, Kathleen?
So I was just curious if NDOT has concerns about your roadway, the roads that you are responsible for, the interchanges, I-80, on and off ramps, about being able to meet the acceptable level of service with this project and the surrounding projects, because the traffic studies that we've seen, I think, take into a lot of the other projects that are being developed around here. And we get questions all the time about the bridge, about the interchange, about the interstate. And I just, while we have you here, it'd be so nice if we could hear from you on what NDOT's position is.
Yeah, and as I stated, our traffic engineers are still reviewing the traffic interchange analysis. But as far as we could see right now, it's not impacting our facilities significantly. I know that the recent study or the recent analysis showed the need for an acceleration lane and merge taper lane just north of the interchange. So that's providing the south to east movement over the bridge at Garson and Boomtown interchange or intersection. That along with the improvements proposed on the south side, the roundabouts, have shown to be sufficient so far. However, we're still looking at this and determining if an additional lane may be needed over the structure. The outcome of reviewing this traffic interchange analysis will give us that answer. But other than that, we don't see significant effects to the interstate.
Chris Baker, for the record, Manhart Consulting. Hopefully my share screen is pulled up. What we do have in front of you is a Google Earth image. Commissioner Gower, is this sufficient for the discussion topic?
Yes, thank you. So if I could just ask Paul to walk us through the numbers that he provided earlier and pointing to the locations as he talks through them.
Paul, you might be on mute. Somebody's on mute.
Paul, you're still muted.
I don't know if we're supposed to be hearing something, but we're not.
Yeah, Paul, I believe you're still on mute.
Am I unmuted yet?
There you go.
Okay. Okay, so now this is that South Verdi Road exit number 3. So the I-80 main line in yellow with the westbound off-ramp on the north and then the eastbound on-ramp in yellow on the south. So my volumes showed an existing volume underneath on South Verdi Road underneath I-80 of 380 T. With the addition of the project, we added 1,600 more to that. So for a total of around 1,900 under the bridge. South of the eastbound on-ramp, we added 3,000 trips on the right where the street name is, South Verdi Road. We added 3,000 trips. So that 300 would go to 3,300 roughly. Now that seems like large increases. However, as we look at the 2 ramp intersections, the westbound off ramp there on the north, it currently functions at level of service A with less than 10 seconds delay on all the movements. With the addition of the project traffic, that the off-ramp intersection, hold on, let me see. The off-ramp intersection goes to a level of service B. So with just a couple of seconds of increased delay, and the level of service is still, well, much better than C. For the on-ramp intersection, the level of service is A at 7 seconds, and with the project traffic, because most of that traffic is just exiting to the right, the conflicting traffic, it's a right turn movement only, there's less than 1 second of increased delay. So the on-ramp remains at level of service A. So we are adding traffic there, but there is available capacity at the interchange and in the roadway to accommodate it. The big traffic enhancement there was to take this existing road and make that T intersection. So now, as it's labeled there, Crystal Park Road, as Crystal Park Road comes around, right now that's the curve, but when we'll make Crystal Park Road the minor street to the T, we'll have a safe, convenient intersection. The majority of the traffic will be accommodated, and delays will be maintained with good levels of service. So we are going to be adding a volume of traffic here, but there's capacity to accommodate it.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you walking us through that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a follow-up question to that, but I'm going to wait because it's sort of a different topic.
Okay, commissioners, do we have other questions on traffic right now? I don't see or hear any hands. Commissioner Gower, you want to keep moving?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. My next topic is related to the traffic, and it's, I was hoping to get that baseline from Paul of the traffic, movements out of that secondary access area. And then, I think I have a pretty good understanding of the traffic and the intersection and on I-80 over there by Boomtown. It sort of goes into another topic because it relates to our finding D for the tentative maps related to schools. And I know that there's a school site dedicated here, and it'll be built at some point during the development, but there's going to be this interim time frame where there's going to be traffic coming from this site moving north to Verdi Elementary School. And that traffic's not going to be twice a day getting onto the freeway. It's going to be moving through the community of Verdi from this development, either on this road that we see on our screen right here, South Verdi Road, or I don't know if it's possible to scroll on this map. Yeah, essentially, I forget the name of the road, but it's essentially going the back way once you go over the overpass through Boomtown area and kind of come down the hill there to the elementary school. It's my understanding that that would be, the quickest access. So there's the traffic impacts from that perspective, but it also gets us into, talking about school capacity. And I don't think that the school district is on, but I didn't get a full understanding from the letter that they provided of how they're addressing capacity, again, in the interim until that school site is developed. And I know Verdi is kind of getting bombarded by development here and influx in students. So I guess my question goes to the applicant's representative in terms of, how do you envision, one, mitigating some of these potential traffic impacts on the community, and two, talk to me a little bit about the school capacity issue and relative to timing of development for this project.
Again, Chris Baker, Van Hart Consulting for the record. Again, we've had extensive discussions over the last year on the school site itself, the location, making sure that that site is available at the early stages, not just to alleviate any increase in student population as attributed to this site, but also other developments in the area. So that site was strategically placed, not just for access purposes and adjacent to the park, but it was strategically placed in the first phase so that property would be available for construction of the school site, at the same time of the, if the school obviously opts to elect to accept the site and therefore go forward with development plans and construction of the school. It is available for that first phase. And again, it would be hopefully online. Obviously, I can't speak for the school district, but early on in the project, if not with the first phase, to accommodate any of that increased capacity.
Thank you, Chris.
Commissioners, other questions?
Madam Chair.
I just have to speak up.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Marshall. I have a question for Carl or the city attorney, wherever that might be on this one. Chris, would you mind undoing screen share? Thank you. Carl, we heard the applicant's representative give their interpretation of the Lucas case and how we're making, essentially our narrow discretion in this case. Do you agree with that? And also maybe touch on what's the status of the Lucas case? Is the city appealing that, or what's your direction to us on that?
Well, first of all, the Lucas case wasn't a final decision, so it's going back to City Council for an evaluation. And that order, the final decision was that the applications in the Stan Lucas case must be reviewed, processed, and considered under MGOT Ordinance RMC 1808-406 as it existed at the time the application was filed. Secondly, to the extent the MGOT is determined to be unclear or ambiguous, as recommended in the staff report, the Planning Commission and the City Council should refer to the handbook for background, history, and intent. Thirdly, the judge found that the Planning Commission and the City Council's findings pursuant to 278-349 sub 3 tentative maps, whether or not in support of the application, must be in compliance with the requirements of the MGOT ordinance and must be supported by substantial evidence. So as I stated at our last meeting, we look to MGOT if there's ambiguity, and we need to reference that when making decisions on the tentative map and the other applications that have been submitted. Does that answer your question?
I'm not certain. I think so. I'll mull on it, but thank you. I have a question for Nate. Nathan, can you just walk me through how the fire station and the operation of the fire station is conditioned on or related to the levels of development in this project? I mean, I understand the contribution of money, but could you talk me through the timing of the actual operation of the station?
Sure. The prior to final map in the entire planning area 3, the fire site needs to be dedicated. You are aware of the condition of approval related to the proportional contribution. As far as implementation of the fire station, that would be up to City Council.
So there's no the only requirement is that the contributions be made and the area dedicated, not that there actually be a operating fire station.
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
I just wanted to follow up on that since I know Trey Palmer is with us from the fire side. There was couple of written comments that came in with concern about fire service availability even within, or after the station was there. And I know we've had this conversation with Reno Fire previously, but I guess it's been several months. So maybe, Trey, if you're available, can you maybe speak to the thoughts on what type of station we would be anticipating here and what sort of planning the fire department is doing for that?
Yeah, for the record, Trey Palmer, Fire Marshal. Well, there's a few questions in there. So
Sorry,
what
I do that a lot.
No, that's okay. What I can tell you right now is that there is a delay in response, and I know we talked about it on previously with Meridian 120, the first phase, but currently on the farthest point, I believe the response time from our closest current station, which is Station 11, would be about 14 minutes. When this station is built, that will cut down that response time significantly, and we would be much closer to the standards of cover, which is 6 to 8 minutes to all parts of the community there. But you are right. I mean, until that fire station is built, we will have a delayed response until that station is built and until it is staffed. What I can tell you is our fire chief and the city is working on a plan to try to build the station sooner. But right now there's nothing definitive, and city council would have to approve any plan that we come up with. But as it stands now, you're right. There would be a delay in response until that fire station is built and staffed.
Okay. Thank you. I think that answers that question, and I'll turn it back over to the other commissioners. I just wanted to follow up on that fire department one. So thank you, Trey. I appreciate that.
You bet. Oh, and to answer your other question, you're asking what kind of station. Right now we're looking at a station that would house one fire engine company, which would be a 4-person crew.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Madam Chair, I have a fire-related question also. Trey, there's a condition 6 for, because it's in a high wildland urban interface area, that the applicant would work with you and the state to develop a vegetation management plan, which is great. There's a lot of open space. It's my understanding that it's going to be the role of the HOA or whatever association to maintain these hundreds of acres of open space. What is the city's role in working with associations in this type of scenario to make sure that they're implementing, fuels management strategies and fuels reduction projects?
Yeah, so the wildland urban interface, basically the development by state law has to follow the 2018 Wildland Urban Interface Code. And in that code, there's some requirements for type of construction and developing a vegetation management plan, which includes defensible space. And so that vegetation management plan would have to be submitted to the state forester for approval, and then that's sent to us. So we have it on file and on record. And typically, really the biggest portion of that is to make sure there's defensible space around the structures and defensible space around the access roads. And that's typically 30 to 100 feet, depending on where the slopes are. So it doesn't require to manage the entire development, just the development that's around the structures themselves and the roads, the infrastructure. And to answer your second question, how do we monitor it? It's kind of a newer in the sense in the last 10 years that we've really required this, and we follow up with the homeowners associations. A good example is Somerset. Somerset has a vegetation management plan, and we are trying to work with these newer homeowners associations by making contact with them on a more regular basis. And to be quite honest, we were usually contacted through complaints from the residents themselves. And that is the flag that usually gets us into these homeowners associations to make sure that they're following what they're doing. But again, it would be in writing. It would be part of their well, I don't want to say bylaws, but it would be, the homeowners associations would be in charge of that, and that would allow us for follow-up to regulate.
So that's not something that we would need to condition in terms of, required ongoing coordination with Reno Fire. That's just something that happens.
Correct. So once that's written, once they have a vegetation management plan, the Wildland Urban Interface Code basically requires that they have to follow that and keep that maintained, and that falls under the state law. And if we adopt the Wildland Urban Interface Code here locally with amendments, it would fall under that in the future as well. But that is something we would follow up on regardless.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Velto.
Yes, thank you. My question is for staff. I'm trying to understand condition number 17. I'm not clear. It's not clear to me whether this condition allows for a stakeholder engagement process to kind of add conditions or change the project as it's going forward. What is the intent of that condition?
I'll answer that. This condition came out of the Meridian 120 case. When that project went to City Council, that was one of the conditions that was added as part of that development. So this is a carryover to be consistent with City Council's previous decision. The idea is that when an application comes before Planning Commission or City Council at the tentative map stage, there are changes that are made when they go to the final map stage. We wanted to make sure that the neighbors had input to say that, yep, they got to review it before it actually went to a final map. If there were things that were discussed at the tentative map that were not incorporated at the final map, this is the chance to make sure those things do get incorporated. A great example would be fencing. We've seen on previous projects where when you're near major drainage ways or wildlife corridors, there'll be a condition for open view fencing. However, when it gets to a final map, we've seen in situations where they build a 6-foot tall solid wood fence, which is not open view fencing. So the intent is to have kind of that extra step in the process where the Verdi residents, again, reviewing the tentative map and going to the final map can ensure that what was agreed upon at the tentative map is being designed and built into the final map phase. They cannot add conditions. They cannot change the project. They cannot modify conditions. That can't be done at this level that we're talking about. This process will be led by one of the staff members with the City of Reno. So we will kind of be the mediator, so to speak. What we'll do is we'll ask the applicant to provide us with their draft final map so we can see what the layout looks like, and then provide us with a response to all of the conditions of approval and how those conditions have been addressed. We will send out a notice to everyone that received a notice for this project. So it'll be the same group of people that received a notice for this. We'll get another notice when they're ready to move forward with their tentative map. They'll be able to receive information again on the final map, and it's just to make sure that it's in conformance with what was adopted or recommended for adoption as part of this tentative map process. It's basically kind of an extra step in the process to make sure that what was discussed and agreed upon is actually what's constructed at the final map stage.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think that's all the questions I have for right now. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a couple questions for Endow.
Okay.
Mark, I know you submitted a letter with some great information in it, and the applicant's presentation and the materials that were provided, it looks like they've done a good job of identifying these drainage areas that serve the dual function as corridors for wildlife movement. Are you feeling comfortable with the way this is designed with those corridors? Anything that, you know, as a commission and your expertise that we should be considering through our thought process here?
Yeah, thank you. This is Mark Freeze with Nevada Department of Wildlife. Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to be here. We also have Cody Schroeder, who's our mule deer staff specialist, online as well, and he may be able to speak to kind of the mule deer end of things in the corridors. Certainly one of the concerns we see with the development, it is moving out into existing deer habitat. We're going to have a lot of public nuisance and wildlife issues with bears, mountain lions, deer. So our recommendation was to develop a wildlife mitigation plan. In that wildlife mitigation plan, we would take a closer look, get into the details of to answer some of that question, right? The fences that are adjacent, how are we dealing with the wildlife that are going to be existing within the community? At a course look, it's a little tricky to answer that question. I don't know if Cody has anything to offer in terms of mule deer, and if he's had a chance to look at that map.
So yeah, for the record, Cody Schroeder, Department of Wildlife, Mule Deer Staff Specialist. I have read the plan, been tuned in the meeting, appreciate the time. You know, I definitely, as a mule deer focus in my job, I definitely have concerns. This development is in crucial winter range for mule deer, part of the Truckee-Loyalton deer herd. It's also the terminus of a major wildlife migration corridor. Most of the deer summer in the Truckee area, west and south of the town of Truckee in the Martis Valley, and winter right off the Garson Road. You know, I think some of the stuff that Mark touched on, the wildlife, you know, mitigation plan is probably going to be the best avenue. I think there's some things that could be done with offsite reseeding and planting vegetation that would be conducive, but there's no question in my mind it's going to have an impact to the deer herd. And some of my concerns that come along with the deer are the other critters that follow them and are in the same habitats, such as black bears and mountain lions. So we can expect some wildlife conflict there. And then the other thing is just the sort of the indirect effects, the cumulative effects of the roads, recreation that's going to come, dogs. Certainly a requirement to have dogs on leashes on trails would be a must, but those are some of the impacts that we see with wildlife in some of the other surrounding areas around Reno right now with respect to mule deer.
Cody, what are your thoughts on the migration overpass that came up in public comments? Is that something that NDOW is looking at or working with some of the other stakeholders on?
So yeah, I've seen a copy of the map, and it's certainly in the spirit. The spirit is right to try to, you know, minimize the impacts from vehicle collisions. I'll just be honest, I don't think it's an ideal placement. Those things are extremely costly. There's a whole suite of things that go into a wildlife overcrossing, including fencing. In order to be a functional wildlife crossing, you have to have pretty extensive exclusionary fencing, 10-foot or taller fencing to funnel the animals over it. And then you're talking about directing animals from a wildland, you know, interface, a more wildland habitat into essentially urban areas surrounding Verdi, Mogul. There's essentially no suitable habitat for that amount of deer to funnel them over the interstate. So at this point, I really don't support a wildlife crossing structure there where it's being proposed.
I appreciate that. If I could just follow up, Chris Baker, your thoughts on what Mark and Cody mentioned regarding mule deer and some of the other wildlife considerations. Is that being incorporated into the plan? I mean, I know we're only at tentative map here, but, kind of beyond the corridors and thinking about, incorporating this interface situation where, people are essentially incorporating or living in the same area as wildlife.
Yeah, Chris Baker, Manhart Consulting, for the record. We do understand, that this does interface with the migration routes, for that existing herd. Obviously, we look forward to working with NDOW. I think it's important to point out that we've made an attempt with this proposal to hard zone and hard master plan those open space areas that currently aren't there, to ensure that we have the sufficient open space to allow for those preservation of those areas. Under the current proposal, as it sits in MGOT, that's really not there. So again, we look forward to working with NDOW and making sure that this development achieves the goals that mitigation plan, whatever they may be, and those goals are incorporated into the development to the best of our ability.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Gower. Other questions? I have a couple questions. So my first one was in regards to fire. Trey, sorry to bring you back. I think you said there was going to be a delay until the other fire station, or until the fire station was built. But in the report, there's mitigation with sprinklers, but the units need to be sprinklers. Is that an acceptable and adequate mitigation to the delay from your standpoint?
So it is for fire. Sprinklers, they do protect people that are inside. They do allow people to escape before they get injured, statistically nationwide. So that mitigates the fire aspect. It does not mitigate the medical aspect, however. So the standards of cover require us to get to a medical incident within 6 to 8 minutes. We would not be able to do that until that new fire station is in place. So it mitigates the fire aspect, just not the medical aspect.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarification on that. My next question, as I'm just going to probably jump all over, is again for the traffic. And I know we have Mike Michelle here, and maybe he's the best to answer it. I'm looking for somebody, an expert in traffic, to provide some reassurance that this project mitigates the traffic concerns that are out there, that have been brought up through public comment and through this planning commission meeting. We've heard a couple of different things, and I need something from some professional to say, yes, this project has mitigated traffic and it will operate at a level of service that's acceptable to the community. Whoever wants to take that or not.
I'm not sure that we have Mike Michelle. I'm going to see if I can grab him.
This is Mark Rotter from Manhart Consulting.
So actually, I was kind of looking for, I'm sorry, I was looking for somebody from the city of Reno or from.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Commissioner Taylor, I'll take a stab at that. Sure. Mortensen-Carson Overlay District requires a minimum level of service of C. Engineering staff reviews that in consultation with RTC and NDOT as applicable, with each phase of final map to make sure that the traffic is current and adequate and will meet that adopted level of service.
Okay. And then my, thank you, Nate, that helps. My next question was that we received some public comment on the text amendment that's in process. I was wondering, I know Angela's just left and she's back. I'm wondering if you might be able to give us an update on that and how it impacts this application.
Maybe I'll take that. Thanks again. We have, City Council initiated the Mortensen Garson Overlay District text amendment last January. We started that process, COVID hit, so it was put on hold for, gosh, probably 6 to 7 months. We have re-engaged the stakeholder group in that process. That text amendment will be coming back before Planning Commission, probably within the next 2 to 3 months. Because Santerra is happening at the rate that it's happening, we'll be able to incorporate whatever City Council approves as part of that text amendment.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? So essentially, because Santerra is moving forward faster than the text amendment is moving forward, we'll be able to modify the MGOD text amendment to reflect what City Council ultimately approves with this project.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Commissioners, do we have other questions or do we want to start some discussion?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I think one last time.
Yeah, I have a quick, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Munoz.
Go ahead, Commissioner Munoz.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Indo. From what it sounded like is, I don't know how to word this question, is the planning from the applicants sufficient for what the needs are for the herd up there? Or from what you're sounding like, didn't sound like it was adequate or that enough wasn't being done. Can you please comment on that?
Yes, this is Mark Fries with Nevada Department of Wildlife. My first conversation with Manhart was Monday, and it may be because of us coming to the party late. I had a quick conversation with Louis Carriola with Manhart, where they more or less agreed to work with us on a wildlife mitigation plan. That plan has not been developed, and we didn't expect it to be at this time. So the devil's in the details on that. With no plan in place, it's hard to say at this point. We do appreciate Manhart developing, as much open space, factoring in wildlife, working with the community. We do appreciate those things. I think the working through the wildlife mitigation plan could potentially get us there, and it could fall short. It's too early to say. And I'm happy to visit a little more and go over, some of the components of wildlife mitigation plan if the commission wishes.
Thank you. And then one final question. I was worked in Truckee for quite a few years, and we had a huge bear problem up there. Are they going to require any type of bear boxes, or has that even come up? I know the area it's located in and the amount of wildlife there. Regular garbage cans like we have in the rest of Reno just will not be a good idea up there.
Commissioner Munoz, you might have muted yourself.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
My question is for this again for Indo. Working in Truckee, we dealt with a huge problem of bears up there getting in garbages, and because of the location and the amount of animals that are in that area now, is bear boxes or anything in place or been talked about yet to kind of mitigate that?
This is Mark Fries with Endow. We haven't got into the details of that, but as part of the wildlife mitigation plan, we will be talking about project design features such as bear boxes, restrictions on bird feeders, restrictions on certain fence types, landscaping, etc. Those are some of the finer details we want to get to try and minimize the issues with bears and other wildlife in the community.
Thank you. No, nothing else.
Thanks, Mark. While you're kind of on the hot seat, I have a question for you. In your memo, you referenced a couple of developments. I want to say one was Stonegate and one was East Meadows, maybe, of the wildlife mitigation plans that were successful. And I'm just wondering if you might be able to explain why those were successful briefly, and if you think those are something that you would be able to work with this applicant to make the wildlife mitigation plan successful for this project.
Yes, Mark Fries with Endow. We did work with West Meadows Estates and Stonegate developers on a wildlife mitigation plan, and those were more or less successful in our opinion. Basically, the wildlife mitigation plan goes through kind of a basic assessment of what those impacts are. Then it looks at kind of the project design features to avoid and minimize impacts to wildlife, like we talked about, bear-proof trash cans, etc. How to deal with public nuisance issues, because Endow will be overwhelmed, and we already are, quite frankly. We just don't have the staff to support all the wildlife nuisance issues. And also part of that is kind of these offsets. I think Cody mentioned it earlier, helping to provide funding for fire reseeding efforts, sagebrush planting, spring protection, those sort of projects that ultimately enhance wildlife values offsite, that helps give us, some uplift of the wildlife. This is going to be, one of those debits, if you will, that takes value of wildlife. So we're going to look at how we can get to a place to improve wildlife offsite to try and offset those impacts. An example is we've been working with West Meadows Estates. We just got done seeding 1,000 acres on Peavine in the Poville fire. We're working with them to get that project funded. Woodland Village, they had a homeowners association fee. They just helped us plant 16,000 sagebrush and bitterbrush plants in the Peterson Mountains to help support the mule deer there and offset that impact. So that's sort of the idea behind this wildlife mitigation plan. It does have several components to address the on-site issues, as well as help with off-site uplift, if you will.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Johnson, did you have a question? I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had one last public comment that we hadn't really gotten into, and I believe Nathan said there was somebody from Tumwa on the call. Just a question. There's been some concern, and I remember this coming up on the previous ones, about additional wells that would be added as a part of Tumwa's service. I know it's still early, we're at the tentative map stage, but if there's been some review of how, since this is supposed to be annexed into Tumwa service, how that water service is anticipated to be provided.
This is Nathan Gilbert. So that's Scott Estes with Tumwa. Looks like he is unmuted.
Hi, Scott Estes with Tumwa. Yeah, the developer is going to be required to build a lot of water infrastructure. And we're just months away from completing the, Boomtown intertie, which will give us that conjunctive use water supply that will allow us to rest the existing Boomtown wells in the off-peak periods. And I'm not aware of any other plans to add additional wells there. We may replace some wells down the road, but that would be about it.
So then, and so obviously the follow-up question to that is that you, as we work through the final map and all of the requirements, will continue to be working with the the developer to provide the water infrastructure. And I think they noted several tank storage and other places like that would all be coordinated through your office.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We have an annexation agreement out there being reviewed and commented on, and that will cover all those kind of issues with the developer.
Great, thank you. That was, I think, the question that was being raised, and wanted to get clarification on that. So, Madam Chair, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, are we ready to have some discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Munoz, I'll start this off. I'll be honest, listening to everything, it just seems like there's a lot of non-answers right now for a really big project that's going to affect a lot of people. So I'm anxious to hear what you guys have to say and your thoughts on the whole thing, because I'm kind of swaying towards a no right now, and it's usually not somewhere I go. So I'm anxious to hear what you guys have.
Commissioner Gower?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just share my thoughts. I think the proposal before us, I think they've done a good job of, working with the topography that's out there and the resources in terms of where they're placing or proposing to place the development. They've looked at things like the drainage areas and, thought about wildlife corridors and things like that, and preserving 62% as open space. There's great trail connectivity elements throughout the site. So I think they've done a really, really good job with those elements. I do have concerns, particularly related to finding D for the tentative map, which is the availability and accessibility of public services such as schools, police protection, transportation. Does include recreation and parks, which I think they've done a good job of considering. My concern, we talked a lot about transportation, and I think that's where some of the question marks remain for me with that secondary access and the crossing over the railroad, not only in that location, but some of the points that Commissioner Johnson brought up with I believe it's the Village 12 further south there, and what the secondary access looks like in that location. The more cumulative traffic impacts moving north into the community of Verdi, particularly as people, move in their vehicles to, the commercial uses there and to the school. I don't think that there was very good information related to school capacity. I would be in favor of some sort of a condition that puts essentially a unit threshold for when that school site comes online, because I think until then, the outflow from the community to Verdi is going to be a huge impact on the community in terms of traffic and also school capacity for that elementary school, which is already seeing some capacity issues. Police protection, fire protection. Yeah, we're contributing, or the applicant is proposing to contribute to, these funds to build all of this police and fire infrastructure. That's great, but a 14-minute response time is a concern. Police staffing and, the availability of first responders to this area is a huge concern. And that's just frankly a concern for me whenever we get onto the fringes of the urban boundaries, whether it's in Verdi or, out at Stonegate. It's just when you start stretching services, you can put in fire stations and have, fire trucks available, but you gotta have people trained and available to to man that infrastructure and provide those services. I mean, you can see it on the hillside there if you drive by it, that this area is burned. It's burned recently. It's right at the edge of the wilderness area coming down from Mount Rose. Huge wildland urban interface concerns. We've seen the impacts of that just a few weeks ago, and we're just amplifying those issues. You throw on top of that considerations like wildlife and the impacts to what was termed a crucial mule deer area, not just, I don't know, I didn't ask Cody the difference between crucial and critical, but to me that sounds like a pretty important area where, as just a region, a city, we would want to, really take that into account in terms of our development, not just developing a plan, but really developing a plan that is done in consultation with the experts at NDOW that really has effective results. So I think for me, it's the finding D considerations for services, but really just, making sure that it goes from developing a plan to actually, having some assurances that these plans are going to be implemented in coordination with the experts, so we don't find ourselves as a city in a situation where we don't want to be in, 10, 15 years down the road. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Gower. Commissioner Johnson, did you have your hand up?
I'm going to defer to Commissioner Velto. He went off mute faster than I did.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I view this project like I view the other projects in the area. I think that to Commissioner Munoz's point, there's a lot of not as many answers as you may hope, but I think that's in part due to commissioner fatigue. We've seemingly seen these issues pop up time and time again with developments that occur out towards Verdi, and I think every time it's really the same explanation. It's really a chicken and an egg problem. The city's not going to build not going to supply a fire station that doesn't exist. It's not going to build, the infrastructure is not going to go there until we have a reason for it to go there. Because of that, we have to put the plans in place in order for there to be the type of public safety and services that Commissioner Gower is concerned won't be there. Now, I look at the signing off from police and fire, and I ask myself, why would the chief of police or why would the chief of fire, why would they sign off on this and give their approval if they didn't think it could actually be serviced? And those are the types of experts that I do want to defer to. And the same goes to the Washoe County School District. So I think in essence, the opposition to finding D and saying that you can't make that finding is really not listening to the experts in the field who have really evaluated this project. I think the mule deer and the comments from NDOW are a little bit concerning, but the applicants made efforts and they're actively working with NDOW. They've put in place some wildlife corridors. You can see them going from north to south and east to west, and they've committed, at least it's my impression, that they'll continue working with NDOW to solve the problem. So I really do think that a lot of these issues have been addressed previously. I think traffic, we had a very good explanation as to how they were dealing with traffic. The traffic studies have been very favorable out there. It's a high standard, and they're meeting it. So I can make all the findings necessary, and I just I think a lot of times these projects come down to something's not there, and I think we can all agree that there's not a fire station. There's an issue with the schools at this point, but we're not planning for right now. We're planning for when this project's actually been developed.
Madam Chair, or Commissioner Johnson, did you want to go ahead?
Go ahead, Commissioner Marshall.
First, Commissioner Velto, I think just to pick a bone, I don't think police and fire are approving the project. What they're doing is saying, here's the facts, and here's our response times, and here's what we shoot for. You guys are decision makers. So we base our our decision on these projects on their input. And so fire and emergency services is a great example. You know, Trey gave us the information necessary for, but doesn't, you know, they're not saying we're going to approve this, or they, you know, they recommend approval. What they're doing is telling us the information that we need to decide whether or not we're going to allow and permit development in areas at the fringe. And I look at this project in terms of what kind of project it is, where it is, and the timing of it. And I think in each one of those considerations, Commissioner Gower's comments, I'd like to echo and add something, in that the project itself is a high-end single-family dwelling out on the fringes in the extreme WUI, extreme fire risk or high fire risk WUI. And the question is, do we plan in a way that we approve stuff, have it be built in the hopes that necessary services will be provided, that necessary schools will be provided? I personally don't think that's a good way to plan, and why the master plan, you know, directs development inward and not at the fringes like this, because that's where services are already provided. And you don't have to try to figure out, well, should we really put people in the urban interface where there may not be adequate response times? And so that to me is a really important question for us to wrestle with, and one that I, you know, probably it looks like we're coming down the opposite sides of. But I don't feel compelled to answer those questions in a way based on the information provided. That's the facts. And another one I think is like, you know, traffic considerations. We don't have a report from NDOT that determines whether or not there needs to be an extra lane over the Garson overpass. That's a timing question. Why are we making this decision now when we may have to require an additional lane, and who knows if that's how that's going to be done over that overpass? You know, to Commissioner Gower's point, we're pushing a lot of traffic for an unknown period of time and a lot of extra kids into the Verdi school based on discussions that are being had with Washoe County School District that we don't know what the outcomes are. And that's the risk that you take when you push development out on the fringes, as Commissioner Gower was saying. You know, I really think, you know, we don't have a wildlife mitigation plan to look at. And while off-site mitigation may be possible in other instances, I think Mr. Schroeder's comments about this being critical habitat means that this is going to have a negative impact that's not going to be mitigated. You can try to make things a little better, but it's just going to be a consequence of the development because it's in such a critical place. And so we have to decide whether or not that's worth it. You know, other city goals, and, you know, my balance of those things are, again, probably different from maybe some others here, but we don't even have the information necessary to determine whether or not there is sufficient mitigation. And the condition, let's see, I think it's 13. Really, it just says that there'll be a you know, submit a plan, and the only thing that NDOT has to sign off on is the fencing, which I don't find satisfactory. So those are some of my views, and I think, you know, obviously on the earlier items today, I'm not a proponent of developing in lower, you know, much lower tier priority areas with single family homes that are not directed at getting us the product that we need. at the price point that we need. My thoughts. Thank you for listening.
I'm almost afraid to go to Commissioner Johnson.
What do you mean? I don't have anybody else to defer to any longer, except for you. There's some, I think, a lot of good discussion, a lot of good questions here. There's a couple of things before us, both a master plan amendment, a zoning map amendment, and then the tentative map. I think one of the things that's been lost a little bit is the first two items, the master plan and the zoning map. I think one of the things that I appreciate about the project, and I think we've all kind of weighed in on it a little bit, from the original plan for Morton, the MGOD, there's a lot more intensive uses that are currently zoned out there. As the presentation noted, there's industrial, there's some higher uses. So the first request that's before us for the master plan and the zoning map, I can make those findings, because I think one of the things that this does is the applicant has done a good job of really identifying what is a suitable area to develop out there, because I think the current MGOD does not do that. So in the grand picture of all the things that are before us, I'm actually looking at the findings for the master plan and the zoning map, and I can make those, because I think the changes that are advocated with the reduction of single family zoning, with the increased open space to accommodate some of these things we've talked about, I think those are all good things. And I would urge the commissioners to at least think about that as a part of this. I do see, as part of the discussion here, the issues with some of the tentative map findings and the special use permit findings. And I think that's where we have a lot of questions, because just because we make or we're in favor of some of these zoning map changes, that doesn't necessarily equate to being in favor of how much or type of units that go in there. There's a lot of SF6 out here, which I think that cluster development, that's the kind of zoning that's appropriate for some of the housing that Commissioner Marshall has been talking about. However, that's when I start to get into the findings for the tentative map and special use permit that Commissioner Gower talked about. And maybe the question isn't so much as to whether or not all of the services exist. Maybe the question, at least that I'm asking myself, is this being developed in such a way that is creating a problem to provide those services? Are we still looking at something that is developing this to a level that may be allowed by the MGOD, but is not necessarily able to be supported by the findings that we can make? And I think that's the kind of question that I'm asking, is not so much the chicken and egg example that Commissioner Velto used, which I think is actually a good one, but is it that we're trying to put a level of development in an area that makes those questions and that chicken and egg issue much harder to come to grips with? So from a discussion standpoint, that's where I'm coming down on this, that I think we've made a lot of good progress here in terms of identifying the issues and making the land use a little more appropriate under a couple of the things before us. But I do share some of the concerns raised by my fellow commissioners about making findings on the actual proposed development within that. So hopefully that wasn't too terrible for you, Madam Chair. I'll turn it back over to you now.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I tend to agree with what you said with the with the zoning and the first two motions or recommended motions. My real problem with the tentative map and making the finding D is I think I heard, and maybe I was wrong, that the emergency services were not being met with, within the time frame that's acceptable. The fire was met with the sprinklers, but the medical from 6 to 8 minutes was not going to be met. So I'm having that's my hardest challenge right now. I think, we can get there with schools. I think we can get there with traffic, with the level of service. I know there's money for schools, but I'm open to discussion. I think there's a closer fire station, maybe in the county. I don't know if there's a way the applicant might be able to work with them in the meantime until the fire station is built. Probably some politics involved there, but that's where I'm at, or where I sit. So we do have 3 proposed motions. I'm not sure where the other commissioners sit with the first 2.
Well, Madam Chair, let's find out. I'm prepared to make a motion.
I like it.
It's getting late. I'm going to lose, the joy that I'm trying to give all of you through my Christmas sweater, I'm sure is wearing out by this time of the evening. So in case number LDC 21-00017, Santera Quilisi Properties, for the master plan amendment based upon compliance with the applicable master plan considerations, I move to approve the master plan amendment by resolution and recommend that the Reno City Council approve the master plan amendment by resolution. And as noted, I can make all of the master plan findings.
Commissioner Valto, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, before I continue, because I didn't quite get there, I do believe we received some additional or some modifications to some of the conditions. Nathan, is that a fair statement? I'm trying to bounce through all my windows that are open here, so.
Yes, Commissioner Gower, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. That would be relevant to the tentative map and special use permit. We don't condition the master plan and zoning map.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So again, my motion stands as stated.
Okay, Michelle, I think we're ready for a vote.
Kathleen Taylor,
Yes.
John Marshall,
Yes.
Peter Gower,
No.
Mark Johnson,
Yes.
Arthur Munoz,
Yes.
Paul Levis is absent, Alex Felto.
Yes.
It's 5-1.
Okay, that motion carries. Would you like
Okay.
to continue?
Madam Chair, I'll continue in case number LDC 21-00017, Santera Quilisi Properties. In the case of the zoning map amendment based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to recommend that the City Council approve the zoning map amendment. And again, I can make the zoning map amendment findings.
Commissioner Valto, second.
Okay, we have the motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Okay, Michelle, I think we're ready for vote.
Kathleen Taylor,
Yes.
John Marshall,
Yes.
Peter Gower,
Yes.
Mark Johnson,
Yes.
Arthur Munoz,
Yes.
Paul Levis is absent, Alex Felto.
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Okay, thank you. That motion passes unanimously. We have one motion left to run through, and I don't know if Commissioner Johnson is ready to make that one, but I'll ask him.
I'm going to make a motion and we'll see what happens. case number LDC 21-00017 Santira Quilisi Properties, the tentative map and special use permits. Based upon non-compliance with the applicable findings, I move to deny the tentative map and special use permits as I am unable to meet the findings. And I was just double checking what those were. I believe it's finding D. Bear with me, I'm again rotating through here. Moved on. Yes, for the special use permits, findings C and D, and for the tentative map, finding D.
Mr. Gower, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, Michelle?
Kathleen Taylor,
Yes, I agree with that.
John Marshall.
I-
Oh, sorry.
Aye.
Peter Gower,
Yes.
Mark Johnson,
Yes.
Arthur Munoz,
Yes.
Paul Levis is absent. Alex Felto.
No.
Okay, so the motion to deny passes 5-1.
Okay, do I have to read the appeal process?
Yes, please.
I have to find it first. Okay, any final action not including recommendations or failure to take action by the Planning Commission may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor, or a city council member, or any person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. An appeal, together with fees, must be filed with the city clerk within 10 calendar days, starting on the day after written notice of the action is filed with the city clerk. And if the 10th calendar day falls on a weekend or holiday when the clerk's office is not open, the appeal may be filed on the next business day. Okay, thank you everyone for bearing with us, sitting with us through that. We'll wait for it to clear out and then we'll move on to agenda item number 5.
No one wants to stick around for agenda item number 5?
You guys' faces just got a lot bigger, everybody. I can see you again. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 5, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Liaison Report.
Kathleen, you froze.
I think we lost Kathleen for maybe a minute.
And
Hopefully
Alex,
she
you're
comes back.
muted.
Oh, now she's
Sorry.
back.
Mr. Vice 5, Johnson.
Madam Chair, I lost you there for a minute. You cut out, but I don't have any updates on the regional planning front. Maybe the other regional planning commissioners do.
We had a regional planning meeting last Monday, which basically included some conformance review for Washoe County. And then we had a presentation, actually quite a good presentation on the water mapping. I think I got that right. That whole, and I forgot the website. I actually used the website the day after it was noted because I had to figure out if a property was on a well or not. So very good presentation in terms of some mapping that had been done with that. And our next meeting is, I believe, towards the end of January. So we don't have another meeting there for a while.
Thank you. Angela, item number 6, staff announcements.
Probably the biggest one is the zoning code update. So City Council did hear this was the first reading of the zoning code update, so they did recommend adoption. That's very exciting. The second reading is not scheduled until January 13th. So we still have another little slightly less than a month before that actually goes into effect. There were, I would think, 3 kind of big things that the Planning Commission had discussed as part of their recommendation. One of them had to do with adding additional findings on abandonments, and the other one had to do with having annexations go to Planning Commission. City Council voted against both of those. On the sustainability discussion, they decided to take all of the sustainability out of the draft plan and actually bring it back for a more robust separate process. So that will be coming forth again in the future, and we'll do a full stakeholder engagement process that'll come back before you guys, because it will be a text amendment, and then that will ultimately go before City Council for final approval. The only other thing I want to remind everyone is we do have Planning Commission on Monday. Again, not our normal Planning Commission day, and it hopefully will be a fairly quick agenda. We only have 1 item, and then you guys can all continue on to your holiday festivities at home.
Thank you, Angela. Item number 7, Commissioner's suggestion for future agenda items. Oh, we're all tired. Number 8, public comment. Michelle, did we have any public comment?
I did not receive any public comment for this item.
And number 9, adjournment.
I'd like to make a motion, Commissioner Munoz, for the record.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. It was a long night. Thank you very, very much. And we get to
Thank
see
you
each
guys.
other
Have a good
next
evening.
Monday.
Ooh, exciting.